On the way.
Waiting for Ripon. Он бенчик есть, качаешь.
Your permission to make शुरू कर दीजिए. I call the House to order and request Mr. O.P. Tandon to kindly do the introductions.
His Excellency, Mr. Penpashari. I think it's on, it's on. His Excellency, Mr. Penpashari, Sikyong Tibetan government in exile. Dr. Sujit Kumar MP is still on his way. Ambassador Mehrotra, the chair of this session, distinguished participants, friends of Tibet, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. The Foundation for Nonviolent Alternatives welcomes you to this very important event, the One China Policy, and its agreements with different nations. The One China Policy and its agreements with different nations have remained in a fluid state of understanding, meaning different connotations and dimensions. To understand its nuances and how PRC conflates it with areas outside the cross-strait relations has been on our agenda for quite some time. Finally, the opportunity arrived today. We have been very fortunate to have experts from almost all important regions to present their viewpoints in a global context. We had to organize this event on both the days and in the evenings to accommodate speakers from different time zones. They will present their views online. However, many experts are also present amidst us. We have Ambassador Vijaykant Karna from Nepal, Professor Rosel Feng Liu from Taiwan, who is teaching at the Flame University, Pune, but will join us online. Dr. Lin Chen from the College of International and National Defense Affairs, Michael Maja of American Enterprise Institute, and Professor Kondapalli from JNU. We also welcome Ambassador Mehrotra and Ambassador Anil Vadava, who are chairing the first two sessions. Tomorrow's session will also see a stellar panel of experts. Many of you are aware that FNVA's focus is on Tibet and therefore consequently on China. For the last 1 year, we have been organizing a series of podcasts to view Tibetans' opinion on different aspects of the prevailing situation. We may as well announce our resolve to hold an international conference on Tibet in January 2024. It is planned for 6 days to cover all important matters related with Tibet. Before I end, allow me to briefly introduce Ambassador Lakhan Mehrotra, who will chair the opening session and the first session following this. After joining the Indian Foreign Service in 1958, he is a very old guard. Ambassador Lakhan Mehrotra served inter alia as India's liaison officer with the Dalai Lama at Dharamshala. He can still speak in Tibetan. First Secretary in the Permanent Mission of India at the United Nations, charged the affairs in Mexico and Cuba, charged the affairs APAI in China, Consul General in San Francisco, and Deputy Chief of Mission with ambassador's rank in the Soviet Union. Subsequently, he served as High Commissioner in Sri Lanka, and in between during 70-72, he served as head of the Northern Division at the headquarters when he was closely associated with developments in Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, and the emergence of Bangladesh as a sovereign and independent country. He retired from the Indian Foreign Service in 1992 as Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs and Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Africa. I may add just one personal line. I'm with the Mehrotra. Then I was serving at the Benares University, and he accompanied Nelson Mandela, whom the university was honoring with a honoris causa D.Litt at the Benares University, and Mr. Mehrotra was closely associated with Nelson Mandela. Thank you, Mr. Mehrotra. You may please join and express your opening remarks.
It's okay.
Huh.
Can you hear me?
I think.
Dear friends, I am much beholden to the Foundation for Nonviolent Alternatives and especially Shri O.P. Tandon and Mrs. Ribon Banerjee for giving me this opportunity to participate in this very important seminar to discuss some of the burning issues of the day that are troubling our minds and our conscience. I welcome you all with all my heart. We live today in a dangerous world, torn asunder by conflicts and rivalries. It is far removed from the dream of humanity enshrined in the UN Charter of a world free of the scourge of war and moving steadily into the arena of peace and development.
It's not stopping also.
There are fires burning in every continent, some small and manageable, others in a rage, giving rise to the fear that they might engulf us one day in major conflagrations. The Ukraine war has unleashed a new wave of Cold War attitudes, putting an end to the short-lived honeymoon between USA and Russia. The loss of amity between them has been China's gain. The phenomenal rise of China since then has created a new situation in which established global equations are breaking apart. The US is no longer the indispensable and the unchallenged superpower that it was. China is gradually but steadily moving into USA's international space and is posing serious challenges all over, be it in the Indo-Pacific region, Asia, Europe, Africa, or Latin America. In the Indo-Pacific region, for example, we saw the world coming to the brink of a major war between China and USA recently, when China laid a military siege around Taiwan and the United States moved into the region with full force to the rescue of Taiwan. Moreover, while China considers the South China Sea as an integral part of its national territory, like Taiwan, the USA and its allies, as well as India, consider them to be international waters, a position upheld by the International Court of Justice. Today's discussion will concentrate on the weaponization of the One China policy. The US-China relationship has thus moved full circle from its Hellstone days, initiated half a century ago by the 1972 Shanghai Communique. That was the time when China had openly declared the then Soviet Union as its enemy number one. I was present in that meeting when that was done by Chu Enlai in Peking. In contrast, it has reinforced its strength today by a strategic, political, and economic embrace of Russia. World wars of the first half of the 19th century have yielded ground today to proxy wars and international terrorism. The terrorist organizations like the Taliban have managed Afghanistan and established their sway over the country. And Pakistan, as a state sponsor of terrorism, left and right, intends to bleed India with 1,000 cuts, despite its being a signatory to the UN resolutions on counter-terrorism. China has refused to condemn such moves against India as part of its hostility towards us. After what the international community called the rape of Tibet, China carried out a massive invasion of India in 1962 in gross violation of its trust, and has showed India its military fangs again by gravely violating the line of actual control in Ladakh from April 2020 onwards. Despite several rounds of talks, it has yet to withdraw from Demchok and Tepna. Though on the sidelines of the last G20 summit in Bali, President Xi and Prime Minister Modi declared their intention to stabilize their bilateral relationship, it is evident that China's aggressive activities along the border have eroded India's trust in their pronouncements. India has been adjusting itself to the new global context step by step and with due caution. As China's economic power grows and technology sharpens its military clout, India has moved closer to USA, Japan, and Australia with its membership of Quad. And through peacetime defense cooperation, I say peacetime defense cooperation with them bilaterally. Moreover, as a sequel to its Look East policy in the past, and now Act East policy, India has established close ties with ASEAN countries as well. The presence of the ASEAN leaders at the Republic Day of India to celebrate 25 years of the establishment of the dialogue partnership with that organization is symbolic of that well-calibrated shift in India's worldview. It was my privilege to help lay the foundation of that policy during my tenure as Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs from 1990 to 1992. India's relations with China today are not even a shadow of the Hindi-Chini Bhai days. The Chinese forays into the exciting area, the latest ones in 2014, even as President Xi was visiting India, and in 2020, their audacity to disturb the status quo whenever and wherever they can, such as in Doklam, despite their standstill agreement with Bhutan on the subject, their policy towards Pakistan, which includes building the latter's military and economic muscle as a counterpoise to India in the Indian subcontinent, their consistent efforts to sour India's relations with its neighbors and create political, economic, and military space for themselves there at India's cost in Myanmar, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Afghanistan. All this militates against a return of the amity and friendship which had marked their relations with India in the immediate aftermath of India's independence and the birth of the Republic of China. The ball is now squarely in China's court to rebuild that relationship by shedding its expansionist garb and aggressive actions in the Indo-Pacific region, and against India in particular, at a time when India is emerging as a global power in its own right. With these words, I wish your endeavors in this seminar full success. Thank you ever so much.
I now request His Excellency Weaponisation Singh to deliver his address.
Thank you, Nonviolent Alternatives, led by Mr. Obi Tandon and Ribon Banerjee. Mr. Obi Tandon is my predecessor when I was working here in Delhi as Director of Tibetan Parliamentary and Policy Research Center, and Ribon Banerjee is someone I've been working with from the German Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, also represented here by the director, the South Asia Director, Dr. Karsten. So thank you very much for inviting me for this conference, and I want to pay my respect to Ambassador Lakanlal Mehrotraji.
Chachalu.
And as Tandonji said, Mehrotraji still speaks Tibetan. And the first word that came out of his mouth when I met him today evening was in Tibetan as to how you're doing. So he's still very much there. And Ambassador Wadhwa for chairing the next session, and all the dignitaries known Dr. Kondapalli for a very long time, but I was telling him I have to get back to him to learn more about the more recent developments and all the invited guests, dignitaries. Of course, now you have so many experts today to speak about this particular subject, so I'll give a very broad brush to the idea of the weaponization of China's One China policy. And I want to, as I was reading about this, trying to understand more about this policy and the principle, I came across one of our finest diplomat within the Tibetan community, Mr. Lodi Geri Rinpoche, who represented His Holiness during the talks between 2002 to 2010. He is no more with us, but I thought to honor him, I will read the excerpt from his book on the One China policy, and then maybe expand on some of the issues that concerns Tibet. And this Lodi Geri Rinpoche book, he was the special envoy of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and he had worked in the United States for many years. And this is from page 291 to 294 of his book, and I'll just quote him ad verbatim. Misrepresentation of the One China policy. This is Lodi Geri speaking, not me, but I would like to digress for a moment to clear up an issue that has hampered some governments from feeling they could support our cause, that is the Tibet's cause. Despite the PRC's contentions, its current One China policy has nothing to do with the Tibet issue or the Sino-Tibet conflict as I referred today. Reference to my remarks to the Council on Foreign Relations on April 23, 2012, that is when Lodi gave a talk at the Foreign Relations in Washington, D.C., should make this abundantly clear. The history of relations between Tibet and China and between Tibetans and Chinese is complex and cannot be understood simply in the context of the relatively young People's Republic of China. This may seem like an obvious assertion were it not for the fact that many of us do not study history sufficiently. And our friends in Beijing seem intent on convincing today's policymakers not only that Tibet is an inalienable part of China, but also that relations with the PRC must be predicated on a notion incorrectly applied to Tibet, that support for the Tibetan struggle violates the One China principle. As I mentioned already, I wish to address a phantom cause for paralysis affecting the ability of some governments to put in place a credible and flexible policy on Tibet and the worsening situation there. This is the well-known but apparently ill-understood One China policy invoked by the Chinese government to prevent legitimate inquiry or engagements by members of the international community with respect to Tibet. The One China policy, as you must know, was created in the early 70s as the instrument that enabled the United States to establish relations with the People's Republic of China and maintain relations with the Republic of China or Taiwan. Then US President Richard Nixon and his national security assistant, Henry Kissinger, were responding to the Communist Chinese leaders' need for assurances on US policy with respect to Taiwan when they told Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai and Communist Party Chairman Mao Zedong that the United States was not pursuing a two-China policy. In the 1972 Shanghai Communique, the United States was not pursuing, the United States artfully acknowledge, not recognize, acknowledge that all Chinese on either side of the Taiwan Strait claim that there is but one China and that Taiwan is part of China, and the United States does not challenge that position. This one China policy paved the way for the joint communique establishing diplomatic relations between the United States and the People's Republic of the People's Republic of China on January 1, 1979, and the adoption by the United States Congress of the Taiwan Relations Act at the same year. Under the 1979 agreement, the United States recognizes the PRC government as the sole legal government of China, while the Taiwan Relations Act sets out the nature of relations the United States would maintain with Taiwan in terms that were not inconsistent with the One China policy, but protected the status quo and therefore the status of Taiwan, whatever that might be. Adherence to the One China policy has been reiterated by successive American administrations, sometimes making explicit reference to the communiques mentioned above or to Taiwan's unchanging status. Although the One China policy was articulated in the context of US-China and US-Taiwan relations, Beijing increasingly demands that other governments with whom it establishes or maintains relations also endorse this One China policy. What is the relevance of this discussion to Tibet? If one has to look for any reference point for China-Tibet relations, it's not the 1972 Shanghai Communique, but the 17-point agreement. In fact, the lack of relevance of the One China policy is precisely what I would like to address. No Tibetan government has ever claimed to be the government of China. So the application of the One China policy to Tibet, or for that matter, the PRC government's One China principle that stresses the inalienability of both Taiwan and mainland China as parts of a single China, simply does not arise. We have our differences with China's leaders when it comes to the history of Tibet and our historical independence from China. But as you well know, His Holiness the Dalai Lama's proposals and statements concerning ways to resolve the Tibetan question will envisage solutions that respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the People's Republic of China as the state is considered today. These proposed solutions call for the exercises by Tibetans of genuine autonomy within the People's Republic of China and within the framework of its constitution, not for independence. Yet the PRC government vigorously pursues efforts to extend the applicability of One China to Tibet. And in recent years, it has misled a number of governments into believing not only that the One China policy applies to Tibet, but that it restricts the extent to which their government officials can interact with Tibetan leaders in exile, including His Holiness the Dalai Lama. We believe that the intended effect of China's initiative is to limit outside governments from playing a constructive role in promoting a mutually acceptable negotiated solution for Tibet. Indeed, by accepting the applicability of One China to Tibet, governments are subtly aligning themselves with the Chinese position that the Dalai Lama is trying to split China. While the PRC government is trying to intimidate some governments into believing that meeting with Tibetan exile leaders would violate the One China policy, in reality, this assertion is counterintuitive to the policy. If there were a connection, the adherence by any government to the One China policy would have the opposite effect. Since the policy was developed precisely to make it possible for the United States to continue to conduct relations with Taiwan while recognizing the PRC government as the sole government of China. If the policy were at all relevant to Tibet, it then should enable governments to conduct relations with its Tibetan exile leadership and His Holiness the Dalai Lama without incurring Beijing's displeasure. Beijing's resort to this argument in an attempt to thwart nations from embracing the Tibetan cause is telling. Our efforts to elevate the Tibet issue to a prominent place on the global stage have been extremely successful. The PRC, in its concern over this united support, is forced to resort to this contrived and irrelevant contention. So this, I end quoting Garimchi's excerpt on how one China policy is misrepresented. So maybe I will continue by saying in this, all the experts know about this. I'm sure they will expand on this theory, but one has to make a differentiation between the one China principle and one China policy. So the one China principle, I think, started from the time when Chiang Kai-shek decided to move to Taiwan, and then it became two China. And before that, I think we can even go back to when the United Nations was formed. And when the United Nations was formed, ROC, which is Taiwan, and I think many people who are not very familiar with the names might also have problems in understanding PRC and ROC. So here you have People's Republic of China, and then Republic of China, which is Taiwan. The People's Republic of China is mainland China. So if at the time when United Nations was formed, ROC was the legitimate representative of the Chinese people. And at that time, Tibet was an independent state. It was not occupied by China. So post-Second World War and following the Cold War, the Chinese took this advantage of annexing Manchuria to East Turkestan, to Inner Mongolia and Tibet from 47 to 49, 50. And then only when China started invading Tibet in October 1950 from Chamdo, then the whole issue of Tibet-China relations come into being. And then we were forced to sign the 17-point agreement in May 1951 under the threat of war and violence by the Chinese government. The 17-point agreement is a document which existed at that time, which enumerates the kind of liberties that the Chinese government is willing to give to the Tibetans. And that document provides for status quo of all the powers and functions and responsibilities of the institution of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, except for foreign relations and defense, not even changing the political system of Tibet. So that was the thing, but Chinese government initially they were very nice to the Tibetans, and Tibetans even sang songs in praises of China and PLA. And then later they showed their true colors and they trampled on all the provisions of the 17-point agreement, even while we were trying to live under the provisions of the 17-point agreement. And then the Indian government had this trade treaty with the government of China, which referred to Tibet as the Tibet region of China at that time. And then we Tibetans, we were trying to live under China, but then the United States also decided to support Tibet's covert operations, initially by the special operations, and then later by the CIA from 1956 to almost about 1968, when we are talking about US changing its strategic policy on China. Then that was now post-Vietnam War. And when Tibet was being invaded in 1950, there was also the Korean War that was going on, which overshadowed the events in Tibet. And we did not manage to garner as much international attention and support for the Tibetan cause as much as we would have wanted to. Then by 1970-71, Kissinger led this change in policy. It is not as if the Western governments, and including India, were not trying to push the China's entry into the United Nations, because China was pushing this since 1950. And there were attempts by countries like Canada and India and Albania to push for China's inclusion into the United Nations. And when China became part of the United Nations in 1971, there was the first joint communication, which is the Shanghai or the Shanghai Communique. And then later, 8 years after that, during Jimmy Carter's time, you had the 1979 joint communique. That was, again, in parallel. They also had the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979 to balance U.S. strategic policy in that area, again, which is termed as a strategic ambiguity of the United States in that front. So the Taiwan-China relations, when you talk about the principles, it's mostly to do with Taiwan and China, that there is only one China. So till about 1992, and then you have the consensus that was accepted or not accepted. And over the last 20, 30 years, there have been quite a number of changes in the positions of governments. As recent as this year or last year, maybe from the time Speaker Pelosi visited Taiwan, things have been taking a lot of shapes. United States President even saying that they have right to defend China. So China, I think the United States still restricts themselves to the 3 communiques and the 6 assurances that was developed during President Reagan's time, I think, the 6 assurances. So Chinese government interprets laws, agreements as per their needs. The United States government statement does not say they recognize China's sovereignty over Tibet, over Taiwan, but it's more acknowledgement of China's position. I think many other governments have also tried different ways of reaching out. So I think one China principle is to do with Taiwan and China. I think there's so many experts who will talk about this. So there has been a lot of changes in that, the semantics and rhetoric. Governments, all those are going. So when it concerns Tibet, we are not part of that. So when you talk about Tibet, then you have to talk from 1945 to 51 to 54. And then, of course, China always tries to get their, what they want to India to say on Tibet. And from India's perspective, you have the 1954 Tibet region of China trade agreement. Then you have 1988 when after 1962 the diplomatic relations were very bad, and after Rajiv Gandhiji, the prime minister, went to China in 1997, 1998. So you had this the terms that Tibet is an autonomous region of China. And that was repeated by Prime Minister Narasimha Rao when he visited China in 1993. And in 2003, by Prime Minister Vajpayee, he visited China. At that time, I was working as director of Tibetan Policy Research Center, and we did organize a seminar called East Tibet Sold Out, because the statement out of that joint communique was that the autonomous region is a part of the territory of the People's Republic of China. So this is the present position, I would assume, from the Indian perspective. But then there has been a lot of developments after that, where India is asking China to accept one India policy if India were to accept one China policy. But again, I wish to repeat that this one China policy or one China principle has nothing to do with Tibet. And Tibet, you will have to look at it from a totally different prism or a historical perspective, and see how the international community can play a role in understanding this, because I keep visiting different countries and meet with different foreign officers. And one time I told one foreign ministry that that does not apply to Tibet. And he was taken aback, but he didn't dare ask that question. So we were at the end of the conversation. I'm sure today's deliberations will help understand one China policy and one China principle and how that applies, and how international community also need to understand this situation and react accordingly. All I can say is for China, whenever they feel that it is beneficial for them, then they accept the agreements and norms and other things, and even defend that in international courts. But when it does not help their interests, they don't accept. They interpret it only the way they want to interpret and understand. So that is the unfortunate part, but we have to follow international law. And when it comes to international law, even now I say that whether it's Ukraine today or Tibet of those days, international law was the same, and it should apply to everybody. Tibet cannot be an exception to apply international law. And we tell governments that if you keep repeating the statement that Tibet is part of PRC, then you're going against international law. And at the same time, you keep saying that, and then on the other hand, say that you support negotiation between representative of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the Chinese government. These two does not go together because China rules Tibet with an iron hand, and then asks the international community to repeat this statement that Tibet is part of China. And we also ask this question as to why China is asking the international community to say only Tibet is part of China or PRC, not other regions or not other nationalities within China. That is precisely because the Chinese government knows that Tibet has never been part of China historically. And that is the change in strategy that the Central Tibetan administration right now follows internationally in explaining the Sino-Tibet conflict and the reason why it needs to be resolved and how it should not be seen from the prism of one China policy or principle that does not apply to Tibet. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Your Excellency Sikyang Pemba Seringla, for putting the question of Tibet and China's one China policy in their entire historical perspective. I will only like to recall at this point that there was a very categorical statement in writing by Mr. Richardson, the last Consul General of Britain in Lhasa, saying that 1913 to 1948, Tibet enjoyed complete freedom and independence. Secondly, I have always made the point, and I learnt it from Mr. Shakapa when he was in New York and I was in New York, that passports issued by, passport issuance as passport is the sovereign right of a state, and it is the right of a sovereign state that passports issued by the government of Tibet in Lhasa were accepted all over, in not only in India, but whenever Tibetan delegations went out.
United States and UK at that time.
Second. Third point I want to make is that agreements, the 1951 17-point agreement was accepted by the Tibetan delegation, and Dalai Lama denounced it as soon as he crossed into India, that it was signed in duress. But whatever it might have been, when His Holiness himself went to China at the personal invitation of Mr. Mao Zedong 2 years later, Mao Zedong promised him that Tibet is an autonomous region and we will never violate its autonomy. That they have done so is very clear. As far as agreements signed with China by anyone is concerned, I won't make a comment. But I know that the agreements that we had reached with them, and I say it with certain authority at my command, became a scrap of paper in the Chinese eye when they decided to act otherwise. Most recently, when there was Chinese aggression in Ladakh, the Foreign Secretary himself said that it was in contravention of all agreements and understandings with the Chinese on the line of actual control. This is about their respect for agreements. I thank you, sir, for giving us such a good overview of what Tibet has been, what position it has enjoyed, what relationships it had had with China, or vis-a-vis China as an independent country, and how the Chinese have betrayed not only Tibet, but India at the same time by attacking India in 1962 in total contravention of the 1954 agreement, which was the agreement for peace, for peaceful coexistence, for non-interference, for non-aggression, that is in writing, given in writing by the Chinese. And while the Chinese were writing that document and signing it with us, Mao was preparing for a war with India. This is the story about their respect for the agreements and the understandings that you have with them. I have said here that therefore the ball is entirely in the Chinese court. If they behave, they will find India as a very friendly country. India's the primary dictum of India's policy remains the same from 1947 to date. Friendship with all and adversity for no one. We don't want adverse relations with any country in the world. We want to be friendly with every country. Friendship with all and animosity towards none. That has been our policy. But it takes two to make friends. Thank you.
Sure. I just want to add that India has not agreed to say that Tibet is an inalienable part of China. Because if we go back to 2003, during the Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit to China and the consequent statement that the communique that we were told by the delegation who went with the Prime Minister that they had to work in the middle of the night and early morning to frame the wordings that came out ultimately that Tibet Autonomous Region is a part of the territory of People's Republic of China, because China wants India to say that inalienable part of China, but India refused to say that, and they still do not say it today. So I think if you look at the
No, and
wordings,
our understanding of the autonomous region is the same as yours.
yes. Next session.
The next session.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Si Kyung.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wish you the best of luck. Well, I would like to give a start to the first session and invite Michael Maza, who is a non-resident fellow at American Enterprise Institute, where he analyzes US defense policy in the Asia-Pacific region, Chinese military modernization, cross-Taiwan Strait relations, very pertinent to our seminar, Korean Peninsula security, and US interest in Southeast Asia. He is also a senior non-resident fellow at the Global Taiwan Institute. He will speak on what the One China policy is. Professor Michael Maza. I think he is online, and we will hear him
Can you hear and see me?
from there.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. And thank you to the Foundation for Nonviolent Alternatives for putting on this very important conference and for inviting me to join. So I've been asked to a simple question, or what seems like a simple question, which is, what is the One China policy? This is going to go over some of the material we heard earlier today, but with a bit more detail. And of course, this is going to be from an American perspective. And I should say up front that I'm going to, focus pretty narrowly on the U.S. One China policy. Many countries around the world, including India, of course, have something that they call a One China policy. Some of these are quite similar to one another, but some of them are quite a bit different. And so what I discuss here today should be understood as a description of the U.S., the American One China policy. I think in order to sort of answer this question, we need to start with some history and walk through how we got to where we are today when it comes to America's Taiwan policy and approach to cross-strait relations. So the Chinese Civil War effectively comes to an end in 1949 with the Chinese Communist Party victorious in China. The Kuomintang, or the Nationalist Party, which was in charge of the Republic of China, flees to Taiwan along with the military, of course, led by Chiang Kai-shek. And at this point, the Truman administration in the United States is effectively ready to wash its hands of the ROC, the Republic of China, which it had supported, of course, during World War II and during the Chinese Civil War. But then the Korean War breaks out in June 1950, so just about 9 months after the People's Republic of China is established in Beijing. The United States, the Truman administration, sees this as a sort of international communist attack on free countries, rallies to the defense of the Republic of South Korea, or the Republic of Korea or South Korea, and also sends the 7th Fleet into the Taiwan Strait to prevent an attack by either side, either by the communists against Taiwan or by Chiang Kai-shek and his forces against China. The Korean War really leads to a sea change in the U.S. attitude towards the ROC, the Republic of China. Right. So in 1949, again, Truman administration is ready to essentially wash its hands of that relationship. But by 1955, 2 years after the Korean War is ended, the United States and the Republic of China on Taiwan are signing a mutual defense treaty, and Taiwan comes to be considered as an integral part of the U.S. forward defense perimeter in Asia. Okay, so fast forward, not quite 20 years, Taiwan has been a good ally, many U.S. forces on Taiwan. There was a U.S. Taiwan Defense Command, so the United States is quite serious about its commitment to defend Taiwan. In 1962, of course, President Nixon goes to China, and there's a couple reasons for this. One is that the United States, quite belatedly, finally comes to recognize the Sino-Soviet split, which had originally occurred in the early 1960s. The two essentially came to blows in 1969. The United States finally recognizes this and decides to reach out to China in the hopes of doing some triangulation, right? Drawing closer to China as a means of putting greater pressure on the Soviet Union and perhaps distracting the Soviet Union from Europe. So that's the first thing. Second thing is the Vietnam War is ongoing. The Nixon administration is trying to find an honorable way out, and the hope is that by establishing some sort of relationship with China, China can help facilitate that. So Nixon goes in 1972, and China and the United States release the first of what will be 3 joint communiques. First one is typically called the Shanghai Communique, and the key line for our purposes here is as follows, and this is a quote: "The United States acknowledges that all Chinese on either side of the Taiwan Strait maintain there is but one China, and that Taiwan is a part of China. The United States government does not challenge that position." End of quote. So, the important thing to note here, again, as was noted earlier, is that the United States does not recognize the Chinese position. Okay, it doesn't recognize China's claim to sovereignty over Taiwan. It simply acknowledges it. It says, okay, we understand your position, and we don't challenge it, but neither do we accept it. Okay, so over the course of the 1970s, the U.S.-China relationship matures, and in 1979. President Jimmy Carter decides to establish formal diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China. And again, this leads to the second joint communique. And again, I'll give you just a couple key quotes from that communique, which kind of help us understand where the one China policy comes from. So the first quote: "The United States of America recognizes the government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government of China. Within this context, the people of the United States will maintain cultural, commercial, and other unofficial relations with the people of Taiwan." Right? So the United States is going to establish formal diplomatic ties with China. It breaks its diplomatic relationship with Taiwan. It withdraws from the Mutual Defense Treaty. A key aspect here is that the Normalization Communique in 1979 does not define what China is. Right. So as far as the United States is concerned, China might include Taiwan. It might not. We don't take a position on that. The second key quote here is, and again, this is related: "The government of the United States of America acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China." So again, the United States acknowledged but did not recognize the Chinese claim to sovereignty over Taiwan. The U.S. Congress is not at all happy about the normalization decision. Many legislators see this as a betrayal of a stalwart Cold War ally, and so Congress responds very quickly by passing the Taiwan Relations Act in 1979. The TRA does a number of important things. It sets the legal foundation for the maintenance of the unofficial U.S.-Taiwan relationship. It does things like establish the American Institute in Taiwan, which is the effective U.S. embassy in Taiwan. But it does a few other things as well. So the TRA establishes that it is the policy of the United States to declare that peace and stability in the area are in the political, security, and economic interests of the United States and are matters of international concern. Okay, so this is a rejection of the Chinese claim that issues in the Taiwan Strait, issues in cross-strait relations are an internal matter. As in the United States, via this legislation, which President Carter signed, are saying, no, this is not an internal matter. This is a matter of international concern and one of great importance to the United States. The TRA also establishes that it is the policy of the United States to consider any effort to to determine the future of Taiwan by other than peaceful means, including by boycotts or embargoes, a threat to the peace and security of the Western Pacific area, and of grave concern to the United States. Okay, again, this is a strongly worded rejection of the idea that cross-strait relations or Taiwan is an internal matter for the PRC, right? Instead, the United States is expressing a deep security interest in what happens to Taiwan and in the Taiwan Strait. The TRA also establishes that it is policy of the United States to provide Taiwan with arms of a defensive character, and that it is U.S. policy to maintain the capacity to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize the security or the social or economic system of the people on Taiwan. Okay, so the United States is committing here to providing Taiwan with the means to defend itself. The United States is also committing itself to maintain the ability to intervene in the event of a war in the Taiwan Strait. This does not legally bind the United States to intervene. It just states that it's U.S. policy to be ready to intervene if a political decision to do so is ever made. Fast forward 3 years to 1982, and we get the third and final U.S.-China joint communique. In the 1982 communique, the United States pledged to gradually reduce arms sales to Taiwan. For the United States, as is quite clear when you look at the text and the when you look at the text of the document, that pledge to reduce arms sales to Taiwan is conditional on China's commitment to a peaceful resolution of differences. Now, a couple things come out of the negotiation or result from the negotiation of the 1982 communique. First, obviously, this pledge to reduce arms sales to Taiwan makes Taiwan quite nervous. And the Reagan administration wants to provide some reassurance to Taiwan in the wake of this communique. And so the U.S. provides what come to be known as the 6 assurances, and those are as follows. The U.S. side has not agreed to set a date for ending arms sales to Taiwan. Okay, there's no deadline. The U.S. side has not agreed to consult with PRC on arms sales to Taiwan. Okay, so the United States is not going to discuss arms sales to Taiwan with the PRC, let the PRC weigh in. The U.S. side will not play a mediation role between Taipei and Beijing. The U.S. side has not agreed to revise the Taiwan Relations Act. Okay, so the legal underpinning for continuing arms sales to Taiwan remains in place. The United States has not altered its position regarding sovereignty over Taiwan, and I'll come back to that issue in a little bit. And finally, the 6th assurance was that the United States will not pressure Taiwan to enter into negotiations with the PRC. So, to me, this was an effort to, again, not just reassure Taiwan, but it was a statement of U.S. policy that commits United States to sort of the status quo in the Taiwan Strait at the time. The second thing that happened with the 1982 communique was that President Reagan was not actually happy with the end result of those negotiations. And so at the time of the communiques released, he issued a secret presidential directive. We have known about the existence of that for at least a couple of decades at this point. The Trump administration formally declassified the directive, so you can go and read it. But it says as follows. The U.S. willingness to reduce its arms sales to Taiwan is conditioned absolutely upon the continued commitment of China to the peaceful solution of the Taiwan PRC differences. It should be clearly understood that the linkage between these two matters is a permanent imperative of U.S. foreign policy. In addition, it is essential that the quantity and quality of the arms provided Taiwan be conditioned entirely on the threat posed by the PRC. Both in quantitative and qualitative terms, Taiwan's defense capability relative to that of the PRC will be maintained. Okay, so the 1982 communique says the United States will gradually reduce arms sales to Taiwan, and here President Reagan is, stating quite clearly, without any ambiguity, that that the decision to reduce those arms sales to Taiwan will depend entirely on Chinese behavior and Chinese actions. Reagan is clear that the United States wants to maintain a stable cross-strait balance of military power. Okay, so with that history behind us, what is U.S. policy today? I want to just very briefly touch on this question of sovereignty, which I mentioned in discussing the 6 assurances. There's a long history here based on U.S. reading of international law and a variety of treaties. I'm not going to go through that in detail today, but suffice to say, the U.S. considers Taiwan's sovereign status as undetermined, right? Taiwan could be part of China. It could be part of something else. It could be its own independent entity. Again, the U.S. official position is that Taiwan's sovereign status is undetermined. And that position precedes the 3 communiques, the TRA, and the 6 assurances by decades and decades. All right, so set that aside. The one China policy, there is no, to my knowledge, no a single document in the U.S. government which defines in concrete terms what the one China policy is. A U.S. Supreme Court justice from a few decades ago, Potter Stewart, once used the phrase "I know it when I see it" to describe obscenity, and that's how I kind of think of the one China policy. So there are, again, there's not a strict definition of what it is and what it isn't, but the foundation for the one China policy is the 3 U.S.-China joint communiques, the Taiwan Relations Act, and the 6 assurances. I like to consider the Reagan secret presidential directive as part of that foundation as well. Others don't. What does it look like in practice, the one China policy? It looks like formal diplomatic relations with Beijing and informal but very robust diplomatic relations with Taipei, to include cooperations on defense, security, intelligence matters, and of course, economics. Taiwan is consistently a top 10 U.S. trade partner. The one China policy also features a stated indifference on the part of the United States to the ultimate outcome of the cross-strait dispute, as long as that dispute is resolved peacefully and with the consent of the people in Taiwan. And here I think it's worth making a key point that the U.S. one China policy is America's policy and America's policy alone. So Washington gets to define the one China policy, Washington gets to implement it, Washington gets to amend it if it wants, and Washington gets to jettison the one China policy if it chooses to do so. The United States is not legally bound, not by treaty, not by domestic U.S. law, to maintain the one China policy as it exists today, or any one China policy at all, for that matter. Now, the one China policy is not the same as Beijing's one China principle, right? So in the one China principle, Beijing holds that there is only one China, that Taiwan is a part of that one China, and that one China is led by the Chinese Communist Party. Chinese officials like to claim with regularity that the United States is violating the one China principle. The United States has never ever been bound by the one China principle. The United States doesn't care about the one China principle other than to understand what China's position is. One final point on U.S. Taiwan policy that I'd like to discuss again just briefly is strategic ambiguity. This often gets sort of wrapped up or considered part of the one China policy, but in fact it is something related but different and apart from the one China policy. So strategic ambiguity is the idea that the United States maintains ambiguity regarding whether or not it would intervene to defend Taiwan in the event that China uses force. When this was, this practice, this policy first came into being, the United States was concerned with deterring two different potential outcomes. Okay? It wanted to deter China from attacking Taiwan, and it also wanted to deter Taiwan from acting provocatively, right? So Taiwan could not be sure the U.S. would come to the rescue. And so Taiwan was deterred from acting provocatively. This was the idea. And China was deterred from using force because it couldn't be confident the United States would stay out of a conflict. That remains U.S. policy today, although arguably the United States is less ambiguous on this question than it once was. As you may know, President Biden now on I believe 4 occasions has intimated that the United States would defend Taiwan if attacked. Other administration officials have walked back those comments at each point. But it's been said out loud now by the president, and obviously China and Taiwan and everybody else has heard it. But the point I want to make is that it is possible to have strategic ambiguity without the one China policy, and to have the one China policy without strategic ambiguity. All right, so these things are tied together because they're both related to Taiwan policy, but they are not one and the same. Right, the United States can maintain the one China policy as is, and still, I should say, the United States could maintain the one China policy, but move to a position of strategic clarity in which it says the United States will come to Taiwan's defense, or the United States could have formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan and still maintain this ambiguous approach to defending Taiwan. So let me stop there. I really look forward to hearing the rest of the presentations on this panel and to the questions and discussion after. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Massa, for giving us the U.S. perspective on relations with Taiwan and stressing the U.S. commitment for the defense of Taiwan and some nuances of what exactly the U.S. policy has been towards Taiwan, and that one important aspect of it is that USA will never allow a military take-up of Taiwan and will always counteract when some attempt is made to that. Thank you so much for your very erudite presentation. And now I request Professor Roger C. Fung to kindly take the floor. He is an associate professor and founding chair of South and Southeast Asian Studies, Flame University. He will speak on how China uses the one China principle to strangle in its Taiwan and foreign policies.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me. I'm broadcasting from Taipei, so I'm not in Pune now. For some reason, I'll be staying in Taipei for a longer time this time. At the same time, I'll be working on different aspects of the Indian Taiwan policy as well. So I'm very happy to be here today to share with you some of my findings and thoughts and ideas regarding this issue. And thank you especially for Rebound for making this happen, because this is an idea that we have been talking about since at least last year. And I'm happy that this idea actually got carried out in the last, finally. So Michael just talked about the U.S.-China policy. So I think that's very interesting because you cannot talk about China's one China principle without mentioning the United States, because the United States is the only efficient protector of Taiwan's security in the Western Pacific region. And its China policy actually is very important. And just like Michael has clarified, the one China policy of US and the one China principle is different. So these are two different things. But as we can see, policies like laws are just a reflection of the current power structure, especially in international politics. So in the 1970s, we have to remember that, well, when Washington, D.C. especially the U.S. administration headed by President Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger in the 1970s. What they've been thinking about in their mind is to play the China card against the Soviet Union. However, now I believe that the US would like to do otherwise, to play the Russian card against China nowadays. Well, at least Donald Trump had this kind of idea. I don't know what Biden administration has been thinking about now, but now China has become the Soviet Union in the 1970s. So I think this is the right time or high time for us to rethink this one China policy based on one China principle. So what I'm going to do today is to share with you some of my findings here. So I think I will project my screen and so that you can see my. Okay, I hope. I don't know how many lenses that you have seen there, because there must be multiple screens. So I hope that this screen can be the main one. Okay, so let me turn my video off. Okay, so let's see. All right, so well, policy can be changed. So especially when it comes to power politics. So this is a recent development in the U.S. Congress regarding the amendment of the Taiwan Allies International Protection and Enhancement Initiative, or Taipei Act of 2019. And the interesting thing is that the U.S. now has been trying to reevaluate the international legal documents based on which the one China policy or the policy favorable to China has been established upon. So the second section actually is very interesting, because U.S. is trying to address the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 2758, based on which Taiwan was kicked out of the United Nations, like Sikon has mentioned in the first place. And this is regarded as one of the most important international law documents regarding Taiwan's international status. But now the United States Congress decided to re-evaluate that. So now it says that the United States, well, this resolution that established the representatives of the government of the People's Republic of China as the only lawful representative of China to the United Nations. But this resolution did not address the issue of representation of Taiwan and its people in UN and any related organizations, nor it take a position to the relationship between the People's Republic of China and Taiwan, nor include any statement pertaining Taiwan's sovereignty. So at least from the perspective of the U.S. Congress, they want to get rid of this try to play down the legal power or the efficiency of the resolution 2758. They try to rewrite the rules and policies so that the current policy can reflect the change of the international political structure, especially the dynamics between the United States and China. So the US-China policy actually is different, like Michael has clarified, from the China's one China principle. But they're related. You cannot have one China policy without the one China principle. So what is one China principle? So it's I would call it a syllogistic trap. So there are three parts of the one China policy, one China principle. The first is that there is but one China in the world. The second one is that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and the government of PRC is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. So the current government on Taiwan is called ROC, Republic of China. And to some in the Republic of China, especially the non-ruling KMT and some what we call the pan-blue camp, they tend to believe that the one China structure that Taiwan and China has followed, at least for some part, is the foundation stone for cross-strait peace. So for the KMT in Taiwan, they recognize the first two parts. There is only one China in the world. Second, Taiwan is part of China. But the third one, PRC, whether PRC is the only legal government representing the whole of China, well, the KMT will say no. They will say that it is the ROC government, which at least representing the control of Taiwan in that region. It's called the Taiwan region. And now the PRC has been effectively governing the part of China, which is the mainland region. And based on that, this is how the things work between Taiwan and China regarding many daily affairs. For example, the exchanging of people from the two sides. The two governments stopped calling each other by their legal names. They call each other like the Taiwan region or the Taiwan authorities or the mainland authorities to kind of bypass this kind of legal difficulties. However, this one China principle, although the KMT or the pan-blue party parties tend to ignore that PRC actually is the only legal government for China. However, every country in the world will not challenge this, at least, especially when they establish the foreign relations with China, they tacitly or legally agree with China's one China principle. But based on that, we can see some variations of the one China policy, the so-called one China policies for different countries. So the US has its own one China policy. The UK has its own one China policy. The EU and all the other countries have different levels of one China policy. Here I talk about the documents, the legal basis, or in practice. How when these countries are dealing with China, how do they mention or use one China principle, or as of mentioning one China principle by the PRC government in different occasions or for different times? Well, all this varies, okay? But the one China principle actually will be brought up in the following occasions at the most. First, when China the PRC established new diplomatic relations, well, this will be included in the communique. The second thing is that when some crucial events taking place regarding Taiwan's international status, for example, the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan in the summer of 2022, China will bring this up again and ask and remind the major players, the great powers in the world, that this is something which is regarded as an obligation being written in the communique when China established the diplomatic relations with these countries, that they have to follow that. And number three is when China holds state and ministerial visit, especially for some smaller powers, they tend to demand these countries to reiterate the one China principle again and again, all right? Well, by doing that, this actually creates some kind of fait accompli, which is very important in the practice of international law. Even something is a lie when you talk about that for 3 or multiple times. Well, when people start to believe that, it creates some kind of institutions or some kind of regimes or some kind of rules that people tend to believe to be true, right? So China tend to ask these smaller powers, especially those smaller powers that depend on China for foreign aids, all right, or assistance, especially countries along the Belt and Road Initiative, like Nepal, like Sri Lanka, like Pakistan, all right? Whenever China holds state visits, well, one China principle will be brought up and being written in the joint statement for sure. By doing that, China can create a kind of diplomatic pressure for the bigger countries in that region, for example, India, right? So this is the way that they tend to do. So the Chinese like to talk about 内外有别, all right? 内外有别 means that when you are treating your own people and you are treating the foreigners, you will have different strategies, okay? So we mentioned about the foreign, how China uses one China principle when it faces foreign governments and countries. But they also apply that to Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, and other ethnicities surrounding them in the peripheral areas of China. So for Taiwan, the most important audience or the target of the One China principle is the Pan-Blue parties, okay? The KMT, which means the nationalists, they were defeated by the communists and fled to Taiwan in 1949. And they got defeated again in different years during different presidential elections. The latest one is in 2016. And Taiwan is going to have another round of presidential election in the January of 2024. And if you are following the news, you will find that when the KMT presidential candidates are sharing their political agendas to their audiences, they will mention about this because they believe that to make peace with China is very important. Okay, so the key policy anchor believed by the KMT or other Pan-Blue parties is that there is something called the 92 consensus. All right. Taiwan and China started to talk in the beginning of 1991 after the lifting of martial law from the ROC government in Taiwan. And that was the time when Taiwan and China started to have more exchange, right? And this exchange lasts until now. So there are many things that they have to solve, okay? Because like we said, the two governments don't recognize each other as the legal entity that represents the whole China. So if you want to maintain exchange, but without embarrassing each other, you will have to think about a way to describe the relations between you and the other part, okay? So a 1992 consensus is to design to bypass the sensitive One China policy, the One China principle, the One China principle that we talked about in the first time. So they finally set to come out a conclusion that, they don't challenge what the substance of One China policy is. They just focus on the consensus that the governments on both sides of the strait, which is the PRC and the ROC, believe that there is only one China. However, as for the definition of one China, that will be left to each other to define, right? And this worked for years, but in recent years, especially when when PRC found out that the younger generation of Taiwan tend not to believe that they are Chinese anymore, and they found that the voter base in Taiwan for the pro-independence parties are growing, and this seems to be an irreversible trend. They started to ignore this 92 consensus, all right? Beijing now focuses more on its own version of one China principle rather than mentioning the 92 consensus. Well, they mentioned that, but only as a face value, okay? So that's the first way. Well, China will ask you, well, each other party to recognize one China first. Well, in the first place, they will tell you that just recognize one China. This is a very loose rule, all right? Or it's just a principle. You recognize the principle. They try to sell this to their KMT counterparts. And well, as for the details, you can just, we can talk about it later, right? And this is what part of the Chinese negotiation skills. So, but by doing that, they actually put you into a cage, which is called one China principle, right? Once you say, well, we, in general, no matter what the adverb or adjective is, we in general recognize the one China principle, then you are put into a cage. And later they will ask you for that, like, well, you, in the first place, you recognize that. How can you violate that, right? So the one China policy actually is to set up a boundary, all right, to control the whole situation, all right, and to bridle the other part, whoever that is. Okay, either it can be a foreign country, foreign government, foreign group, or any political parties or entities in Taiwan. All right. Well, one China policy has other variations. All right. For example, China as a family, like they like to use that to mention to the relationship between the China proper and the periphery ethnicities. Or the latest one is called the two sides of the Taiwan Strait is as close as a family. Okay, it's called 两岸一家亲. All right, so this is actually something mentioned by Xi Jinping, and now it has been borrowed by the former Taipei Mayor Ko Wen-je and his Taiwan People's Party. Okay, so you will see that under the pressure of the growing China, all the political parties in Taiwan more or less like to maintain at least a peaceful stance so that they can garner enough vote to get them elected to be the head of the country. That's very important. But the KMT and other pan-blue parties are taking that farther to the blue side. Okay, right. And the final obstacle is that, well, the current constitutional structure of Taiwan is still the one China constitution. And I've been asked about this question from my scholar friends from India or other places, saying that why don't you just change that or revise the constitution so that it will better represent the realities? Well, that's hard because well, China has been threatening Taiwan to resort to forces if we dare to change the constitution. So this is something that some difficulties that Taiwan has been facing, especially to make some legal changes. And this actually has been posing some suspicions, I would say, not difficulties, because we can bypass that. But this one China constitution has posed some suspicions when some people from the Indian side has recommend Taiwan to recognize Arunachal Pradesh or other sensitive areas along the LAC, land of actual control. But Taiwan cannot do that, right? If Taiwan cannot do that in public, because if Taiwan's publicly announced that it supports India's stance that India holds, Arunachal Pradesh, it will be challenged by China, especially for violating the constitutions. All right, so this is some difficulties that we have to think about, but these are not difficulties that we cannot overcome. Okay. All right. So like I said, well, for the weaker countries, China would like to ask them to reiterate the one China policy, the one China principle, sorry, in different occasions, right? To create some kind of societal pressure for those who will say no, okay? But for major countries, actually, China has different strategies because it cannot exert equal pressure on different countries. So the US has its own one China policy. So whenever China started to exert pressures for different occasions, US will say, well, we follow our one China policy. We have been doing so. So stop annoying us. Okay. But when it comes to India, that will be a different story. Later, I'll be talking about that. Okay. So the one China policy framework, well, we have been talking about that for so many times for the previous panelists, they have mentioned that. But the reason why I put it over here is that I would like you to know to take a look at the red part and the purple part. This actually is something that will give us some inspirations, all right, for the future policies. So what it says here is that the United States acknowledge that all Chinese on either side of the Taiwan Strait, all right, maintain that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China, okay, and the United States does not change that position. What the United States is here is that this is a fact because both sides of the Taiwan Strait, the KMT government led by Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. The other side is the PRC government led by Chairman Mao. Both of you think that you are one China, all right? But you guys have some discordance of who represents China. Well, that's your own business, right? But this is what you said. We just acknowledge that there's a fact like that. There's some reality or existence like that, all right? Which tells us that if the situation changes, all right, the US may also acknowledge that, all right, as it is, right? So this is not something that cannot be changed, all right? So this is the first thing. And the second part is that in the Shanghai communique, the US say that, well, it will reduce the supplies of the military, the weapons to Taiwan, all right, gradually. However, this is a promise that has not been kept, okay? So, well, things can be changed, all right, including policy. Okay, so I would like to skip that, but well, these documents and law are usually thought as the foundations of the one China policy or the one China policy 1.0. Okay, so these are the most primitive. This is the most foundational ones from the beginning, but later, especially in the past few years, by launching different bills, laws, and acts initiated by the U.S. Congress. Actually, U.S. has been changing the face and the practice of its so-called one China policy. So that's why the PRC has been accusing the United States that it has been changing the one China policy. It's like, we know what you're doing. Your sign says that it's one China policy, but what's inside actually is different. All right. So China feels about this as well. Right. So how will India respond to China's one China principle? Right. Compare with other smaller powers in the Indian Ocean region. Well, if you check the official documents between India and China, especially the joint statements, after each state or official exchange or meetings or visit, you will find that there are several times, especially well, like Sikon has mentioned, 2003, when Prime Minister Vajpayee visited China. Well, they mentioned one China policy, right? They mentioned one China principle. But that's for Tibet. Tibet autonomous region, all right, not Taiwan. India has not put Taiwan under any kind of one China principle or one China policy in the first place, because if you're interested, you can go back to Nehru's memoir. He has not thought of Taiwan as a legal entity outside of China. In the first place, he thought that Taiwan, or Formosa, that's his word for Taiwan, finally should and would go back to the embrace of China. All right. So India didn't have to worry about who represents what the true China. All right, because there's only one China in the first place. So the Indians' one China principle policy actually traditionally is for Tibet autonomous region, not Taiwan. Okay. In foreign policy practice, India has not mentioned one China principle in the official documents like its other smaller powers in the region, right, had done. But you will find that when the Ministry of External Affairs are executing their policies, especially any visit regarding the Taiwanese guests, academicians, or government officials, well, they are very careful about that legally, all right? You will find that there are official documents being sent out dictating the hosting parties to avoid mentioning Taiwan as a country, all right, in any kind of occasion, or you should avoid displaying the Republic of China's national flag, all right, in the background, on the table, or anything like that, to mention that Taiwan is a country, right? You cannot do that. So this is like the internal regulations that has been sent out by the MEA, all right? And finally, the Indian stance towards one China principle or policy is based on practicality, flexibility, timeliness, and based on international law. Okay, so we use that when it is necessary. For example, 2014, the famous quote by the late EAM, Sushma Swaraj, regarding one India versus one China, right? This is actually one of the examples that we use it in a flexible way to counter China's assertiveness in our borders, all right, or to try to shove back China's diplomatic pressures on other front, right? But we follow the international law really carefully. For example, in around the year 2018 to 2019, if you remember, there was a pressure from the government of China for different airliners to mention Taiwan as Taiwan, China. But the response by the Indian government is that Taiwan was called Chinese Taipei rather than Taiwan, China. All right. So because this is actually what is called the Olympic game model. So this is the international legal practice, and India has been following that. So although we don't have like a framework of one China policy like the United States, but we use different tools to deal with the relationship with Taiwan and China at the same time. However, I think this is, like I said, the high time and the right time for us to rethink the one China policy, all right? There are some things that we have to consider. First, China has been more assertive in harassing people that has not followed their official policies, using some legal tools like national security law, right? if you live in Taiwan now, if you are scholars, especially if you are studying Taiwan, China policy or
We check.
international relations.
We will finish at 6.
Okay, I'll finish it soon. Okay, so now you are usually face the danger of the threats from China, right? Like they're going to arrest you, all right, or at least questioning you. Okay, so when China has been doing that, in the future we will see that China will be more assertive to deal with the people who don't follow the official policy of China. So what is important is One China policy is you traditionally view as the core of, One China principle is usually viewed as the core of China's policy towards Taiwan. And in the future, we will be facing more and more accusations like that. So I think we have to seriously think about this and encourage more discussions like what we are having today, especially in India, regarding how India has to deal with China with its own policy framework rather than just like a reactionary response. Whenever China put pressures on us, we deal with that. This is very passive, right? I think it's very important for us to have our own policy structure so that we can deal with China more coherently at different diplomatic front, including the Taiwan issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for giving us quite a clear idea of what US policy towards China as one country, as the principle of one China means. It is conditional. And I also accept your argument that India's relations with China do not interfere in our relations, direct relations with Taiwan. We do not go to Taiwan through China. We accept the presence of the Taiwanese in our country as part of our cultural and commercial interaction with them. We have allowed Taiwan to have a cultural office in New Delhi. They all carry their own passports. They don't carry the People's Republic of China's passport. And we say that whatever differences there are between China and Taiwan, where we don't say independent Taiwan or we don't say one China, we say whatever differences there are between China and Taiwan must be discussed and resolved peacefully. Therefore, when China's military intervention came and the US moved its forces, we made a very clear appeal that we want peace to be restored in the region. And that has been our policy on Taiwan. I would now request Dr. Lin Xiaochen to kindly take the floor. She currently serves as an adjunct assistant professor at the Graduate Institute of Strategic Studies and the Graduate Institute of International Security at National Defense University. Dr. Lin holds the unique distinction of being the sole Taiwanese recipient of both an MPhil and PhD in international relations from Jawaharlal Nehru University in India. She will speak on shifting dynamics of the One China policy then and now.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Lin Xiaochen.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? I think I have a PPT.
You are not audible. You take that in that mic.
I think this is fine, right? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. My name is Ling Xiaozhen from Taiwan National Defense University, and today I'm going to bring my topic, shifting domestic of the One China policy in Taiwan then and now. Next slide. Can anyone? Okay, next. So allow me to present the outline for my speech. First, this outline provides a brief overview of the One China policy, including the perspective of Taiwan's two major parties and the 1992 consensus and how the things have changed over time. Secondly, it also looked the impact of weaponizing the policy and Taiwan's diplomatic relation globally. And third, the outline explores the potential for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific amidst the One China policy, as well as its implication for Taiwan-US relations. And the final session highlights the US support in helping Taiwan overcome One China policy rejection and building ties with Indo-Pacific countries. So first one, I will introduce the background on the One China policy. The One China policy is a complex political issue concerning Taiwan's status and its connection to mainland China. And it originally from the Chinese Civil War between the KMT and CCP, where they dispute the China representation. Next. And ROC, next, please. And ROC Foreign Minister Shen Changhuan opposite the two China's concept because they firmly reject any arrangement that suggests China's representation in the United Nations should be based on the idea of two Chinas. ROC believes that such a concept is unacceptable and cannot be tolerated by Republic of China. So it can be said that in the 1960s, the Republic of China was against the concept of two Chinas, but supported the idea of one China. Next. So next one is the KMT perspective. In this session, next, I will discuss the KMT and DPP's view on one China. Of course, there are other political parties in Taiwan. However, here I just want to emphasize the difference in position of the two major parties on the One China issue due to the time limit. Ma Ying-jeou is the former president of Taiwan, and he introduced the three no's policy in 2007. So the three no policy is no reunification and no independence and no use for force. However, in 2018, he revised it to new three no's and replacing no unification with not including unification. And next. So here you can see during his tenure, Ma Ying-jeou achieved several milestones. One milestone was the sign the ECFA. The full name is Economic Cooperation Framework Agreement with China in 2010, which aimed to improve economic ties between Taiwan and China. And another milestone was the historical meeting between Ma Ying-jeou and Xi Jinping in 2015. And it marked the first time the leader of Taiwan and China had met since the Civil War in 1949. So this milestone reflects Ma Ying-jeou's approach toward cross-strait relations and his efforts to foster stability and economic cooperation during his presidency. In the picture of your, I think next one. Oh, okay. Can we go last? The previous one and previous one? Yeah, here. So the picture on your left, the red circle represents the One China as understood by CCP, while the blue circle represents the One China as understood by ROC during Ma Ying-jeou's tenure. So it highlights the shared basis for cross-strait exchanges. Okay, next please. Next please. Oh, the previous one. Okay. So what the one Chinese concept of ROC and PRC and when was it established? I think we can understand in the 1992 consensus. In 1992, Taiwan and mainland China reached a political consensus known as the 1992 consensus through the informal negotiation via fax. But it was not a formal joint statement, and no physical paper document is it. Afterward, both sides start to interpret it differently. But that also benefit for both sides because it allows both sides to interpret the meaning of one China in their own ways. So as you can see in the picture of the right, over time, Taiwan people are confused about their identity, whether they are Taiwanese, Chinese, or both. But what is confirmed is that the more and more Taiwanese, they do not consider themselves Chinese. Okay, next please. So as mentioned earlier, Ma Ying-jeou and Xi Jinping met in 2015, and the two sides met as a leader, but the two sides only called each other Mr. and avoid the use of the official titles. Next. So I'm going to bring Tsai Ing-wen, her 4 musts. So overall, the 4 musts represent Tsai Ing-wen stands on the Taiwan sovereignty and democracy, peaceful relations, and the necessary of official dialogue and engagement. Next. And for the nation, I think here you can see there are, I think the time limit, I can shift faster. Next, please. Next. So actually, there are the clear difference in the perspective of the KMT and TPP regarding the One China policy. So KMT support the 1992 consensus and promote cross-strait dialogue and cooperation, while the TPP reject the 1992 consensus. Emphasizing the Taiwan sovereignty and democratic value and seek international recognition and participation for Taiwan. So next, I will bring the shifting dynastic. You can see from next slide here. From Chiang Kai-shek to Li Denghui and Chen Shui-bian and Ma Ying-jeou and now Tsai Ing-wen. In Chiang Kai-shek time, he brings the no to China's, and then Li Denghui, he mentioned about the special state-to-state relations. And then Chen Shui-bian, he mentioned about the full no's and the one without, and he emphasized the one country, one each side. During Ma Ying-jeou's time, he mentioned the 3 notes and one China different interpretation. And now Tsai Ing-wen, she mentioned about the 4 months and 4 communication. Next, here. So in Chiang Kai-shek, he also mentioned about the 2 enemies cannot live under the same sky. So after ROC government retrieved the Taiwan in 1949, Chiang Kai-shek insisted that the ROC represented by the only reclamation China. He regret the CCP and the Han-Sif referred to them as a rebellious group. And his political perspective, of the CCP and the ROC was not a permission, it would be lead to conference and division. So next. So in the later years, the ROC government gradually adjusted its foreign policy, adopting a more pragmatic approach and stressing maintaining an independent and neutral identity with minimum reference to the one concept of one China. So this change was driven by the consideration of the international situation and the need to seek a flexibility and several in a complex international environment. Next. So Li Denghui, he mentioned about the cultural self-restraint, and we call it in Chinese 阶级用人. So the main essence of the cultural self-restraint policy was to emphasize the cultures and the gradual approach to political reforms and democratization. Li Denghui recognized the importance of managing the transformation carefully to maintain stability and prevent the potential if you can know. Next. So now Tsai Ing-wen, she brings the new southbound policy. Unlike Li Denghui's Go South policy, which focused primarily on attaching the investment from Southeast Asian country, Tsai Ing-wen's new southbound policy, she emphasized cooperation in various sectors, including trade, investment, education, culture, and the people-to-people exchange. Additionally, Tsai Ing-wen's policy emphasized Taiwan's commitment to promoting democracy, human rights, and substantial development in partner countries. Next one. So here, I want to highlight it. In the 2018 diplomatic crisis in Taiwan, resulted in the loss of three allies. Like here, you can see. So Taiwan's foreign policy has shifted from the rigorously adhering to the One China policy and counting diplomatic allies to prioritizing economic cooperation and diplomatic interaction. And Nancy Pelosi visit invited Taiwan's diplomatic state through the parliamentary diplomacy. As a result, many countries has followed suit, with the permanent members of the national parliament visit Taiwan. This trend indicate the establishment of the parliamentary diplomacy, where diplomatic interact have become more fluid and successful. In recent years, Taiwan has successfully established the primary level exchange with the various countries. So here I just want to highlight the parliamentary diplomacy beyond the traditional diplomacy contents. Next. So the new thing is on the July 25th, just a few days ago, the U.S. House of Representatives passed the Taiwan International Sovereignty Act to counter China's efforts to execute Taiwan from international organization. The act aims to enhance U.S.-Taiwan ties through the level high visit, economic relations, and increase the participation in the international forum. So the strengthened partnership between Taiwan and U.S. under the Taiwan International Sovereignty Act showcased the United States commitment to supporting Taiwan's meaningful participation in region affairs. So this sends a clear signal to other countries like that the U.S. is willing to take on the substantial role in addressing any potential challenge related on One China. Next. So the passage of the Taiwan International Sovereignty contributes to Taiwan's better integration into the Indo-Pacific economic framework and its significant role within the region, and that's efforts aim to address the constraints posed by the One China policy. So let's move to conclusion. Next slide. Here, I want to highlight that in the recent years, China has continuously reformulation the One China policy using its tool to expert the influence and power. So this strategy involves reformulation various sectors such as economy, agriculture, products, or tourism, and more. But here I want to say, before the COVID-19, I think when COVID-19 just attacked India, I think at the time Taiwan was the first one to ban Taiwan flights. So faced with the narrow diplomacy challenge and constrained by limited soft power channels, the current Taiwanese government has adopted a relative cautious approach in responding to the One China policy. So this approach may be perceived as an attempt to navigate of complex geographic links while striving to protect its interest and sovereignty. So here I provide the trade between Taiwan and Chinese mainland, and we can see. And next slide. I also bring the tourists to Taiwan. Also, you can say during the COVID-19, but before that, China has banned tourists to Taiwan at the time. Next one. And I also bring the semiconductor country manufacturing by market share. Here you can see Taiwan and TSMC. I think it's a lot space here. Okay. Next slide.
That's all.
I think it's not clear. Even I cannot see.
Very lucid exposition.
I think I have
Of Taiwan.
Got the concluding slide to go.
I have
Pardon? You have something further?
here. I'm going to complete. Next slides. Next. Okay.
I thought you said that's all.
And okay, I will make it. Next slides. Okay, so the KMT and TPP position on the West China represent two ends of the scrutiny, with the KMT advocating for a cautious approach and the TPP seeking ways to address China's restriction on Taiwan. Between these two stands lies the space where Taiwan seeks to collaborate with India and also Indo-Pacific members, which is reflected in Taiwan's current diplomatic effort to strengthen ties with these countries. So indeed, Taiwan's competitive advantage extends beyond the semiconductor industry, as it mentioned as a permanent position in various domains. And these powers in diving sector contribute Taiwan, especially performance in the semiconductor field. To sustain its leading position, Taiwan acknowledged the necessity of the international collaboration, promoting many countries such as Japan, Germany, and other European nations to express willingness to engage in partnership with Taiwan. Similarly, Taiwan endeavored to establish enhanced cooperation with Indo-Pacific countries. So this is my presentation here today. Thank you.
I thank you very much indeed for Madam Lin Xiao Chen for giving us a very lucid picture. I say picture because we saw many pictures. A very lucid picture of the changing contours of Taiwan's own policy in regard to one China policy. And it is true that though Taiwan appeared to have lost it all when America recognized the PRC as the sole representative of China in the UN towards the end of Carter's regime, it has really not lost its all because it has lost one thing. Some of its very firm supporters like El Salvador have withdrawn their support from Taiwan and have switched on to the Chinese point of view. El Salvador was one country, the only country which sponsored the Tibet's appeal in 1950. In 1950, when the PLA moved into Tibet, in contravention of their very specific promises to India itself, that they will indulge only in a peaceful resolution of their differences with Tibet. PLA moved into it, and the Dalai Lama approached, and his cabinet approached the United Nations to work in defense of their sovereignty and territorial integrity, to which the United Nations is committed. But Tibet was not a member of the United Nations. And only El Salvador very clearly supported the sovereignty of Tibet and forced the UN to carry out a debate on the appeal of the Dalai Lama. Well, what happened later, I will not spell out right here because we are discussing China and Taiwan and one China policy. But I know that the contours have changed. There is more flexibility in Taiwan's attitude, but less trade with the mainland Chinese and more diplomatic effort by Taiwan to develop its political clout with countries, especially in our own region, in South Asia and Southeast Asia. And to some extent, they have succeeded. Thank you very much. Now, I
Is there any question?
I open the floor to questions and to answers from the speakers. And before I-
No question.
no questions.
We now thank our chairman, Mr. Malhotra, for so well conducting this first session. Thank you, sir, very much. And this session will over, and now I will request Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, please come and take the chair. Yeah.
I'm very glad that I am yielding my chair to the ambassador.
Please come here.
Quite an ambassador. With a very heavy presence. Thank you everyone for your splendid cooperation.
We want to take this.
देखते बहुत अच्छा Well, we have great pleasure now to announce the second session. Our chairman is Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, known to many people here. Well, as you are already, maybe most of you must be aware that he has been a member of the Indian Foreign Service for a very long period, from 1979 till May 2017. In his 37 years long career with the Indian Foreign Service, he has been Ambassador of India to Italy and San Marino, Thailand, Oman, Poland, and Lithuania, and has served in Hong Kong and twice in Beijing. He has served in the permanent mission of India in Geneva and worked on deputation with the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons in The Hague. Ambassador Wadhwa was head of the East Europe Division in the Ministry of External Affairs, New Delhi, and looked after relations with Russia and Eastern European countries. As Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, he oversaw relations with Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific, the GCC, the Middle East, and West Asia, quite a part of the globe. So may I now request you to kindly take the chair. These are your speakers.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Tandon, for giving me this honor of chairing this second session. And of course, we have had a very engaging first session where there was so many views which were expressed during those 3 sessions, and I'm sure we are now very clear about what the One China policy is about. So we go into this second session, which is in fact, the session which leads on from the first one. And I would just like to say make 2 or 3 small points before I read out the CVs, etc., of those who are going to speak. Now we know that in the recent past, China has pressed and got many nations, including in most of the South Asian states, as we heard in our first session, to reaffirm the One China policy. And of course, now we have the growing conflict with the United States over Taiwan and in the Indo-Pacific. On the One China policy, as far as India is concerned, it has neither formally discarded it nor is it willing to reaffirm it nowadays, amidst growing conflict with China over the territorial issues. In 1950, if we recall, India became one of the first countries, in fact, in the world to establish diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China and embrace the One China policy. Even as it opened ties to Taiwan, India was quite deferential, if I can use that word, to China and circumscribed its political ties with Taipei by letting them remain what I would call well below the norm in Asia. So as the first signs of trouble came about on the Sino-Indian border, and this was in the late 2000s, India's enthusiasm to frequently and publicly proclaim fidelity to the One China policy began to diminish. We can see this trend. The last time that India reaffirmed the One China policy was in 2008. Since then, India has simply referred to its well-known position rather than restated explicitly. In fact, in 2014, some of you might recall that the foreign minister at that time, Sushma Swaraj, said that if India recognizes the One China policy, then China should recognize One India policy. And that is where the matters stand now. And in the light of the current circumstances which prevail in the Sino-Indian ties, this second session that we're going to have this evening, it will be very interesting. It's entitled India, Tibet, and the Indo-Pacific and the One China policy. So for this session, let me briefly introduce our speakers. First of all, Professor Srikanth Kondapalli, currently Dean, Center for East Asian Studies, School of International Studies, and Professor in Chinese Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University. He's also an honorary fellow at University of Stellenbosch in South Africa. He served at the Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, New Delhi, for nearly 12 years, and he's a specialist in modern Chinese history. So he's going to speak to us on the One China policy agreements between India and the PRC, how India tackled the One China policy in its foreign policy. Then we have Professor Javin Jacob, Director, Center for Excellence for Himalayan Studies in Shiv Nadar University. He was formerly Fellow and Assistant Director at the Institute of Chinese Studies in Delhi and Associate Editor of the journal China Report. He holds a PhD in Chinese Studies from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He's a PhD supervisor at the Naval War College in Goa and a regular speaker at various other Indian defense training institutions. His latest publication is a co-edited volume with Huang Te-an titled China's Search for National Rejuvenation, Domestic and Foreign Policies under Xi Jinping. So he will speak on what does the future of One China policy hold in India and the larger Indo-Pacific, how Chinese expansionism is secured by the One China policy. Then we have Wuchung Sering. He was born in Tibet. His family fled to India in 1960 in the wake of Chinese communist invasion. He studied in India and received his BA in English Literature from the University of Delhi in 1982. Thereafter, he worked as a journalist with Indian Express in New Delhi before joining the Central Tibetan Administration in Dharamsala, India. He was a member of the task force set up by the Central Tibetan Administration to work on issues relating to the dialogue process with the Chinese leadership. He was also a member of the team led by the envoys of His Highness the Dalai Lama, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, in the discussions that they had with the Chinese leadership between 2002 and 2010. He has testified in Congress on behalf of the International Campaign for Tibet, and spoken at universities and think tanks. He will be speaking to us on does the One China policy apply to Tibet. So very interesting session ahead of us, and without further ado, let me ask Professor Kondapalli to start his presentation.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Wadhwa. Let me also thank the FNVA for the invite, and I think this is a very appropriate topic today, and in the context of what we are going through in the India-China relations after Galwan incident, where there is a reassessment of the bilateral relations between the two countries. And for over a decade, actually, there is a concern and also a reassessment on the One China policy in India. For example, 2010 joint statement was the last one between the Indian leaders and the Chinese leaders to mention about the One China policy. There is, of course, the second point of the 2010 agreement also mentions about the previous agreements, including the One China policy, etc., are to be implemented between the two countries. But nevertheless, there is no subsequent reiteration of the One China policy. So that is the context for this today's discussion. The part of the confusion is, of course, both the People's Republic of China and the Republic of China at one time or the other reiterated the One China policy. In fact, the Republic of China in the United Nations was actually the first one to reiterate the One China policy by saying that they are the sole legal government of the Chinese people, and so the legitimacy, representativeness, which are crucial in the United Nations process, has been first reiterated by the Republic of China. And then the People's Republic of China also began to appropriate this One China policy. So that is one aspect. Second is that in terms of India, an independent India today does not have much teeth as the British Indian government had with its global armada and of course the background of opium wars and East India Company and a whole lot of things that they have subjected the Qing dynasty with during those days in 18th, 19th centuries. So lacking such global military support, the Nehruvian government obviously will have to come to terms with the PRC on the issue of One China policy. However, the One China policy of India was specifically on the issue of Taiwan rather than on Tibet. And I agree with the Sikyong that Tibet hardly figured out in the One China policy. But in 2006, Dai Pingko, the state counselor, mentioned in US-China Strategic and Economic Dialogue about the core interests. And that is where the One China policy has been, it has become flexible and it has become more expansive in nature. In the initial stages, it was only Taiwan and then extended to include Tibet and Xinjiang and Inner Mongolia. But then since 2009 also included the South China Sea and Senkaku Islands. After the Senkaku Islands issue came up in 2010-11, after the metropolitan government in Tokyo wanted to nationalize the two islands where the owner of those islands left without a hair. And so the Senkaku Islands also became part of the discussion related to the One China policy. So the One China policy has been flexible from a Chinese point of view and expansive in nature. So it started including various components within the One China, not just Tibet and Taiwan, but also included various others. And hence it is, we do not know when the
other components of China's ambitions would be included in this one China policy in the future. So that is the context for India to recognize the one China policy in relation to Taiwan initially, and in 1954 in relation to Tibet. But Tibet is mainly seen here from the point of view of trade rather than from the point of view of its integration into China as such. So that is the other major. So when we look at the global position on the one China policy, we see that many countries, including United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and Japan, as with the United States, as the two previous speakers have mentioned, they only acknowledged the PRC's claim on one China policy. There are other countries like Canada, which had included the element of inalienability portion of the territory of the People's Republic of China. But the Canadian government also took note of the position of the Chinese government. Italy and Chile, they have also held similar positions, such as the inalienability clause. The Shanghai Communique, as been mentioned by the two speakers, only acknowledges, but it also mentions about the peaceful settlement, which means that there is a caveat that the cross-strait relations have to be resolved in a peaceful manner. If that is not resolved in a peaceful manner, the Taiwan Relations Act provides for the arms transfer and other things to Taiwan. So there is that caveat that is mentioned in the communiques, Shanghai Communique and others. The French and the Germans recognized China in 1964 and 1972, but they made no statement about the one China policy. They have no position on the one China policy. So there are also countries which have a unique or no position. Australia recognized PRC in 1972, and they only acknowledged the position about PRC and Taiwan as a province of the PRC. Israel, Panama, Gambia, and others, they completely agreed with the PRC's position on Taiwan, Tibet, and other areas. So that is one. So let me summarize this aspect of the one China policy by saying some countries did not even mention one China policy, France and Germany prominently. Other countries have included the term or in their joint statements about inalienability portion of China, that Taiwan, Tibet are inalienable. Now, once a nation mentions about inalienability, then China can use this from a legal warfare capacity. As you know, China has three warfares: legal warfare, psychological warfare, and media warfare. Legal warfare would be subjected to in the UN, in the bilateral relations, in the regional organizations like the SEO or East Asian Summit or other multilateral institutions. So that is a powerful tool for China in terms of weaponizing the one China policy. That is where the title of our seminar is located. But there are countries which just acknowledge China's position, which means that they do not have any obligation on the part of these specific countries, because they just took note of the position of China on the issue of Tibet or Taiwan or other aspects. There are some countries which went much closer to China's position, many African countries, for example, who supported China's policy on these issues. And this is where China gets much more diplomatic support. As you know, for instance, some 24 European countries, Canada, US, Western countries broadly, they have passed a resolution on Xinjiang. And this has been rejected by China, along with roughly about 54 countries, mainly Islamic countries in the Middle East, in Africa, and others. So the support that China received in the one China policy position has been weaponized already by getting support from these countries. Interestingly, there are also some countries which opposed
China's position on the one China policy. Partly or fully, they have opposed, and much of these 14 countries which now recognize Taiwan have that kind of a position on opposing China's position on one China policy. So across the spectrum, we have views from different countries among the United Nations members and others on the one China policy. But what is important is that there is a majority of them have willy-nilly accepted the one China policy under duress or under incentives, especially when these countries have joined the Belt and Road Initiative or other incentives provided by China, aid programs, for example. So that is one. When did China recognize the one China policy? I think it was in 1949, December to April 1950, when the discussion between the Republic of India diplomats and the People's Republic of China diplomats took place. I want to read some of the statements issued at that time. This is the transition period when the Indian ambassador to ROC has been shifted to the PRC, Sardar Panikkar, and so the discussions went on. The discussions have been very rich. I just want to read some of these. So the People's Republic of China wanted the Republic of India to severe ties with the Republic of China, number one, support the PRC in the United Nations, hand over the Republic of China properties to the PRC. For example, the Haryana Bhavan close to Mandi House used to be part of the Republic of China embassy. And who owns this property once the Republic of China recognition has been shifted away from ROC to PRC? That has become a key wrangling between the two sides. So Vice Foreign Minister of PRC, Chang Hanfu, told the Additional Secretary A.K. Sen in the South Bloc, the PRC hopes that the Indian government will inform us in explicit terms of its attitude towards the institutions of the reactionary remnant Kuomintang clique and all Chinese properties and assets in India. Next, the Indian, so he was handing over the summons to the Indian side. The Indian delegate abstained when the draft resolution sponsored by the Soviet delegate demanding the expulsion of the so-called delegate of the reactionary remnant KMT clique was put to vote at the Economic and Social Council of the UN. This act of the Indian delegate shows that the Indian government continues to recognize the legality of the so-called representation of the reactionary remnant clique of the KMT at the UN Economic and Social Council, while denying that of the delegate sent by the legal government of the Chinese people. Now, the response of Mr. A.K. Sen on March 1st, 1950 is equally interesting. He says, firstly, the government of India is not aware of any organization that are remnant of KMT reactionaries, because it is not a legal term. And so they simply deny, the government of India simply denies that there exists any remnant of KMT reactionaries in India. There are individual Chinese who may have served or be in sympathy with KMT. Their stay in India does not signify the government of India recognizing them as KMT representatives. They are enjoying ordinary rights of SLM under the international law. Properties and assets of the government of China in India will naturally be regarded by the government of India as having passed to the government, which they have recognized. Secondly, the government of India delegation to the UN Economic and Social Council abstained from voting a proposal for expulsion of KMT representative because they felt this was a political question on which the Security Council rather than the Economic and Social Council was competent to take a decision. The Chinese government is no doubt aware that when a similar resolution came before the Security Council, the government of India's representative voted for it. So that's where the discussion ended. And then, of course, there is the United Nations Security Council membership issue came up during the Roosevelt government. That is also part of the discussions between PRC and ROI delegations and others. So let me come to the Taiwan-related matters as far as the One China policy is concerned. As I just mentioned, between December 1949 to April 1950, both the officials have met in different places, Delhi and in Beijing. And the final conclusion was what they called as the India model. And this is the first time where the inalienability clause has been mentioned by India. And this has been subscribed to other countries as well henceforth. So that is where the inalienability clause came up in the One China policy. So there is a very hard Indian component here in this One China policy on the inalienability clause, which is applied to Taiwan. The second aspect is that while this is mainly part of the KMT position on the One China policy, the DPP has a different position altogether. So, for example, they don't recognize the 1992 consensus. In fact, the Republic of China once termed this as a nonsense. The 1992 consensus is a nonsense, and this is intervention by Suu Kyi, the National Security Advisor at that time of the deal between the KMT president and the CCP chief general secretary at that in 1992. So we have, for example, now institutional contacts between India and Taiwan since 1995 through trade, investments, and technology-related matters. But Taiwan issue came up in the bilateral equations several times, although not very explicitly, but some declassified documents do speak about it. But at the official level, on April 11th, 2005, when Premier Wen Jiabao came to India and signed the joint statement with Manmohan Singh as the Prime Minister, the joint statement mentions about the what I'm going to read now, quote unquote. The Indian side recalled that India was among the first countries to recognize that there is one China, and its one China policy remains unaltered. The Indian side stated it would continue to abide by its one China policy. As I mentioned in the previous discussion related to the officials discussion during December 1949 to April 1950. So that is the position that India had taken, that Taiwan is an inalienable portion of China, PRC. Again, in November 2006, when Hu Jintao came to Delhi, the joint statement mentions about the reiteration of the One China policy. However, here, the joint statement also mentions about three evils. And how this has crept into the joint statement, one doesn't know. Which bureaucrat had included this concept is also not known. Because the three evils include separatism, extremism, and splitism, which the Sikyong just mentioned, include that of the Dalai Lama factor, His Holiness the Dalai Lama factor. So how Government of India had included the three evils in the joint statement is not clear for me, at least. Again, here the One China policy has been reiterated by both the sides. The next major event comes during September 07 when the Malabar exercise were conducted in Bay of Bengal. This is important for us to consider, not from the purely One China policy, but because at that point of time, Chen Shui-bian was moving towards independence. The passport issue, the plebiscite issue, the various other, and then there is the speculation that the PLA will invade Taiwan. And so the One China policy again became a factor in the India-China, not just India-China. If you look at the demarches issued to the Kevin Rudd government in Australia, to Shinzo Abe government in Japan, and to pressure on India, the One China policy has been reiterated. Because by 2008, in just a few months, Manmohan Singh, as the Prime Minister, visited China. And here there is a convoluted one China policy mentioned. For example, on January 14, 2008, just 4 months after the Malabar exercise was conducted, the Indian side recalls that India was among the first countries to recognize that there is one China and that its one China policy has remained unaltered. Most important is that the Indian side states that it would continue to abide by its one China policy and oppose any activity that is against the one China principle. Such a formulation has not been mentioned in any joint statement between India and China. Oppose any activity that is against the one China principle. That is what the government of India's position. The Chinese side expresses its appreciation for the Indian position. That's the statement. However, in recent times, we have many changes that have been come about. The ground reality is changing. For example, Nancy Pelosi's visit in August last year to Taiwan. Arindam Bakshi was asked about the visit and about the PLA exercises. So he stated on August 12th last year that India too is concerned at recent developments. We urge the exercise of restraint, avoidance of unilateral actions to change the status quo, de-escalation of tensions and efforts to maintain peace and stability in the region. So here, the ground reality here changed because you have roughly about 40 to 50% of Indian trade investments were originating from this region. Taiwan, East China Sea, South China Sea, in the sense of Singapore, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan itself, their investments are increasing. Next, the trade component of India is increasing. So any military action by China on Taiwan or on South China Sea or in East China Sea related to the Senkaku Islands is detrimental to the Indian rights. So there is the concern here that that India should play a role. Of course, the comments are very mild. For example, as I just mentioned, urging restraint, avoidance of unilateral actions to change the status quo, or even de-escalation of the tensions. When the member of parliament who was supposed to be here, he raised the question in the Rajya Sabha early this year in February. Minister of State for External Affairs, Mr. Muralidharan, was responding to Mr. Das' question on whether the government of India's position on Taiwan has changed. So there is this reiteration here that the government facilitates and promotes interactions in areas of trade, investment, tourism, culture, education, and other such people-to-people exchanges. So without reiterating the one China policy, GOI was mentioning about the focal areas of interactions between India and China. Last month, once again, the TECC is now having a third center in India, that is in Mumbai. So questions were asked to the spokesperson. Again, Arindam Bakshi mentioned last month, our policy on Taiwan is clear and consistent. The government facilitates and promotes interactions in areas of trade, investment, tourism, culture, education, and so on and so forth. So the opening of the TECC center in Mumbai should be seen in that context. So as I was suggesting that the Act East policy from the previous Look East policy, the trade component, investment component have increased. The ground reality has changed, and also US, China, Japan, Australia, their concerns in relation to the PLA exercises in Taiwan Straits has now also become a part of the Indian government's position, although it is not explicitly reiterated. So what has happened in practice vis-a-vis India on the One China policy? We have also seen as the Chinese embassy began issuing staple visas to the Arunachal Pradesh residents, and last week again they issued staple visas. In the light of this, there is also since 2009, and at the time Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister, there is this tweaking of the One China policy that began despite reiteration of that convoluted position on the One China policy. That is, we oppose anything which is opposed to the One China policy. Parallel to this, we have also seen the approaches that the government of India made, both on Tibet and Taiwan, in terms of the revisions in the One China policy. For example, in May 2014, Prime Minister Modi invited the TECC representative, Mr. Tian Chun-kung, as well as the Sikyong Lobsang Sangye, the predecessor of the current Sikyong, to the inaugural. In the second inaugural, they were not invited. So it indicates again to the geopolitical aspects on the One China policy. In the first inaugural of President Tsai Ing-wen, there is also the representation by the Indian MPs, members of parliament. In the second inaugural, as Dr. Tsai Ing-wen won the second time, again Indian MPs participated in this, virtually this time because of the COVID related, including the current MOS, Meenakshi Lekhi. Of course, she was not the MOS at the time, but she was simply a New Delhi representative in the Lok Sabha. We have also had frequent parliamentary delegations visit to Taiwan, and the expansion of investment from Taiwan into India, the TSMC, Foxconn, and other related. Let me quickly now go to the Tibet-related matters as far as the One China policy is concerned. Three basic policies that we witnessed in the Indian position on Tibet. One is during Nehru's government during 1954, and this is generally treated as a border trade related matter. That Tibet is part of China. Simple, there is no caveats here. There are no other additional factors involved. However, in 1988, when Rajiv Gandhi visited China, and the joint statement mentions about Tibet as an autonomous part of China, the word autonomous part has been included, partly with the 1987 Strasbourg proposals by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. But most important that we now have a lot of refugees in India. And so there are the Indian stakes created here, and hence the word autonomy. Unless until there is autonomy in Tibet, the Tibetans will not be able to go back to their own homeland. So that is the backdrop. But there is also the Samdurongchu incident and the Operation Checkerboard that came up under General Sundarji. And so the acknowledgement of this factor in the 1988 joint statement. However, as Sikyong just mentioned, in 2003, Prime Minister Vajpayee visited China, and there is a lot of pressure, as he had mentioned earlier, on the inclusion of the word inalienability as part of the Government of India policy towards Tibet. Tibet as an inalienable portion of PRC. However, the final outcome was only TAR is part of the PRC, as a part of the PRC. There are a lot of speculations at that point of time that China has pressurized Vajpayee government to include the word inalienability. So the sum and total of all these policies vis-a-vis Tibet is that, as the Sikyong mentioned, India never reiterated Tibet as an inalienable portion of China. Successive governments were under pressure, but this word has not been included, which basically then means that legal warfare cannot be waged on India in relation to the inalienability clause. The second aspect that India has never said so far is that Tibet is a historical part of China. There is no mention in any of the joint statements or even press comments that Tibet is a historical part of China. What does that mean? It basically means also about Taiwan. It means about the Arunachal Pradesh or other areas where there is significant Tibetan population or Tibetan affiliations, like the 6th Dalai Lama in Tawang or other areas in relation to the Trans-Himalayan region. Here we should recognize that inalienability and historical part have been avoided. The most substantial part have been left out in the India-China joint statements. Nevertheless, April 11, 2005 joint statement between India and China. At that time, Wen Xiaopao came to India, and this was the, so let me read out. The Indian side reiterated that it recognized the TAR as part of the territory of the PRC, and that it did not allow Tibetans to engage in anti-China political activities in India. So you may have seen that Tenzin Sundu was arrested when he was hosting the flag in Indian Institute of Science in the Taj Hotel, the burnt out Taj Hotel during the Mumbai attacks. Before that, he was because Chinese president was visiting Mumbai and he was arrested. You may recall that Tenzin Sundu was also in Chennai during the Xi Jinping Modi meeting in Mahabalipuram. He was arrested, of course. So that is one component. You may also see that Tibetans were allowed only to protest in the boat club. Previously in the other areas, now closer to the whatever that place in Kannaught place. So every other protester has been removed, of course, from the boat club to that place in Kannaught place. But Jantar Mantar, yes. So what I was trying to say is that the restrictions on political activities have increased, but you may recall that since 2014 Xi Jinping's visit, now Tibetans are also protesting in front of the Hyderabad House. That is a change, major change that has happened in the, so you see that there is ground reality changing again in the Indian policy on this issue of anti-China political activities in India. 2006 joint statement between Hu Jintao and Manmohan Singh again mentions about the restrictions to be imposed on the Tibetans in India. So these have now changed to some extent. So as I was mentioning before, for the past 13 years, India did not reiterate the one China policy, neither on Taiwan nor on Tibet, never on Inner Mongolia, never on Xinjiang. So there is a certain position that GOI has now. Tibet has been mentioned only as part of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. There was no other references other than these. And as you know, this is part of the pilgrimage issue. And so that is. Let me come then to the my final. What has been the Indian experience so far on the One China policy? One China policy areas have expanded, and so the cost for the others in the international system have increased. This has been the bargaining chip for China in its foreign policy relations with the other countries. And for example, one doesn't know why Uganda has to say that South China Sea belongs to that of India, but that of China. Uganda has nothing to do with the maritime areas or in terms of trade or in terms of any other. But this is what China has been insisting on in their joint statements. And so there are incentives for accepting the One China policy in terms of aid, in terms of the Belt and Road Initiative projects or others. So one the one China policy areas have been expanding, sometimes at the cost of the others. One China policy has been unilateral, and no reciprocal gestures have been allowed by China so far. So when Sushma Swaraj asked the special representative of Xi Jinping, Wang Yi, in Jawahar Bhavan, that we accepted one China policy for so long, and you did not accept the one India policy. But she mentioned just before Wang Yi was leaving the room. So in diplomatic parlance, please correct me, sir. In diplomatic parlance, if you say this at the last moment, it means that the issue is hanging between the two sides. Wang Yi did not respond because that was the last item that has been taken up by the then External Affairs Minister. So there is a problem with the One India policy. There are no statements from China regarding, except on Sikkim, and that too, it came in 2003 during Vajpayee's visit. There is no reiteration of any One India policy so far. On the other hand, China took the Kashmir issue to the Security Council in 2019 and 2020, 3 times. Of course, unsuccessful, but for the first time, PRC took the Kashmir issue to the Security Council. So not reiterating or not acknowledging the One India policy, but going against the One India policy has been the China policy, which then means that India now needs to relook at the One China policy in a more concerted manner. I'll just stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Kondapalli. That's a very important piece of history that you have sort of woven together in terms of how this One China policy has been changing as far as India and China is concerned. What has been the stance of other countries, and the inalienability factor where India has been an important player. But just 3 small observations that I had. One is the language which was used by Arindam Bagchi in 2022, which you referred to, is exactly the same as was used by China for Article 370. If you compare the 2 languages, they are exactly the same as what the PRC used as far as Article 370 action by India is concerned in J&K. Second, you talked about Sushma Swaraj's mention to Wang Yi about the reciprocity in the One China policy. It was said in the room, and there was no response, not while he was leaving, while he was seated down, and I was present there, so I can vouch for it. So, but there was no response to it, and it's not been repeated again also after that. Third issue was, which I wanted to comment on, was in terms of Tibet and India, and of course, here you're right about pointing out what the pressure on the Vajpayee government, but there was a historical context to it because of Sikkim, and there was a quid pro quo which was happening at that point in time, and you must not forget that context, this was an important context in which this took place at that time. Thank you so much. Let me now turn to Jabin. Jabin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Wadhwa, and thank you to the FNVA for this invitation. I have a rather long-winded title, but I promise not to take as much time as Shrikant has taken. So first and foremost, when you talk about India and the larger Indo-Pacific, that's a very wide geography, which covers, India's relationship with China, Japan and Korea's relationship with China, the ASEAN nations' relationship with China, and of course the Pacific Islands. Now on India's record and on the OCP, the One China policy, both Roger in the first session and Shrikant just now have already talked about this. in some great detail. So let me just move quickly to the One China policy in the context of the Indo-Pacific, the rest of the Indo-Pacific. Now, China has been able to deploy economic inducement and economic coercion to a great extent in the pursuit of getting other countries to sign on to or sing from the hymn sheet as far as the One China policy is concerned. But the reaction of different countries has been different, or the ability to of different countries to respond to or to moderate the One China policy has been their respective One China policy has been different. Japan and Korea, while subscribing to the One China policy, while having great deal of investments in China, have also maintained fairly robust ties with Taiwan. So in many ways, while on the political plane there is a One China policy in place, this has not materially affected how Japan and Korea interact with Taiwan. On the ASEAN front, again, the same applies. The same. There are several countries that actually maintain fairly strong ties with the Taiwanese across the military, the political, and even the security spectrum. But ASEAN is a divided house, as you know, and there are several countries that are far more limited in their ties with Taiwan. Now, that, of course, has not stopped many of these countries from sort of sending migrant labor from to Taiwan, from sending their students and officials for various training programs, fellowships, etc., to Taiwan. So, you know, the ASEAN also tends to play both sides in many ways. And as was been mentioned previously, Taiwan's new southbound policy also has, at least in the beginning, has had a very strong focus on Southeast Asia. Now, in terms of the Pacific Islands, this is where I think China's economic coercive power and economic inducements have been the most effective. A lot of countries in the Pacific Ocean, many of the Pacific Islands have actually switched recognition from Taiwan to China in just the last few years. But even here, I think you know, there is a great deal of pushback, to which I'll come to in just a bit. Now, let us look at the actors. I think, you know, when we talk about One China policy, how are the Chinese actually putting this in place? How are they actually implementing this or able to get support for this in host countries? It's not merely an act of you know, just the countries, the foreign ministries talking to each other, but the Chinese have a whole system in place to keep the, you know, in Hindi we say mahal, or the environment in these countries attuned to Chinese interests. So of course, the local Chinese embassies are big players. You know, the Chinese ambassadors write frequently in local media about the One China policy, about, you know, China's non-involvement, for example, in spreading the COVID virus and so on and so forth. But there are also agencies or agents of the Communist Party of China that are active within embassies and within these countries, such as the United Front Work Department, for example, which are involved in people-to-people ties in many of these countries. I mean, in all countries, in fact, around the world, in building and keeping maintaining ties with, say, business associations, intellectual elites, political elites, which is members of the ruling party as well as members of the opposition parties. And also, it's very interesting to note that the Chinese, of course, because they are a large country, because they are a country with 30 provinces and, you know, subnational entities, are very cognizant of, or very aware and capable of using subnational governments in many countries to also push forward their agenda on One China policy and many other things besides. Well, and, you know, to give you some examples, if you look at a country like Bangladesh, the Chinese embassy maintains an association of expatriates in Bangladesh, Chinese expatriates in Bangladesh, that come together very regularly on embassy premises, which this association is actually called the Association for the Reunification. You know, or I mean, anyway, reunification is part of the title. So now, you know, here in Bangladesh, far away Bangladesh, the Chinese embassy and the United Front Work Department are very, very concerned about ensuring that their expatriates are on the message as far as reunification is concerned. So, I mean, this is happening in a country like Bangladesh, far, far away from the Taiwan Strait, right? In terms of interactions with provincial leaders, even in a country like the United States, the Chinese Embassy, United Front Work Department associations or groupings are actually in touch with various governors in the states in the United States, or lieutenant governors, to conduct programs to tell them, look, this is how much money you gain from business with China. Therefore, you need to oppose whatever central government or federal government actions are being taken to counter Chinese, mercantilist policies. Because, well, the state of Kentucky actually gains a lot from, say, selling bourbon or whiskey to the Chinese and so on. So there is this element of reaching out to the states or the provinces in countries, through sister city associations, sister province association, agreements and so on, in Japan and Korea, all around the Indo-Pacific. Also, religious associations. The Chinese are in touch with local religious bodies, say the Buddhist Sangha in Sri Lanka, or different religious bodies in Bangladesh, to again, push forward their agenda on the One China policy, on, say, the Xinjiang issue, and so on and so forth. Other actors include, of course, state-owned enterprises or Chinese companies, which are now used as fronts for corporate social responsibility, what we in our setup would call CSR activities in these countries. So it's not just the Chinese embassy offering largesse to governments and political elites or ruling elites, but also Chinese embassies or the Chinese government is using Chinese companies operating in these geographies to also push forward Chinese interests, Chinese agendas. And this is, of course, the Chinese, of course, have far greater control over their economic entities than, say, countries like the United States or India does. And if you look at the context of the Pacific Islands, of course, the Chinese are also deploying fishing fleets for engaging in illegal and unreported fishing. And so I think this is also being used as a card with several smaller island states as a way of putting pressure on them, maybe where Taiwan is concerned, and so on and so forth. In terms of tool, of course, I mean, I just mentioned the fishing fleets, but there's also trade. China is often the largest trading partner or a larger trading partner for many of these countries than Taiwan is. There's tourism in countries like Sri Lanka or Maldives. And many of these agreements that China reaches with these smaller countries, especially what we've seen in the Pacific Islands, are secret agreements, which have actually led to internal fissures in these countries as well. So the Chinese are capable of exploiting internal political divisions to try and push forward an agenda that supports their interests, or to target political parties or individuals that might speak against Chinese interests. And there is now also the offer of security guarantees in many countries around the region that the Chinese are now increasingly more confident about under what they call their global security initiative. Now, how does the One China policy matter? I think, Xiaochen, Dr. Lin Xiaochen in the first session actually referred to Taiwan's loss of diplomatic allies. Now, there's no doubt, of course, that China under Xi Jinping has engaged in a long-term and steady strategy of trying to isolate Taiwan diplomatically and to constrain Taiwan's international space. And in many ways, Beijing is declaring unequivocally that it does not believe that it can reach any sort of agreement or accommodation with the Tsai Ing-wen administration because it sees this as pro-independence, and its patience for reunification seems to be dwindling. But even here, there are three aspects. The Chinese seem to understand which of the countries seem to be willing to switch from Taiwan to China, diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to China. So there are opportunistic countries, and those Chinese do a great amount of homework on these countries, and in order to exploit the possibilities for switching recognition. Second, the Chinese seem to have targeted those countries that Tsai Ing-wen has visited during the course of her presidency, in order to increase the diplomatic embarrassment for Taiwan. And third, of course, even though the Ma Ying-jeou regime was seen as sort of a positive period in China-Taiwan relations, it was clearly during this period that the Chinese were doing the homework for ensuring a switch in diplomatic recognition. So this homework, I think, is also important, and which means that they are never stopping. Doesn't matter what kind of political party is in power in Taiwan, the Chinese will not rest until Taiwan is embarrassed diplomatically or Taiwan's diplomatic space is constrained more and more. So essentially, the Chinese use one China policy for escalation or weaponization, as we have themed it in this particular meeting. Shrikant has already referred to legal warfare, but there's also a question of tactics, other tactics. The more somebody country accommodates a one China, the one China policy is only the first step in an escalating or an increasing set of accommodation or appeasement that is expected, that Beijing expects from a country. So you might think that one China policy, okay, we've agreed to one China policy and now there will be no more pressure from the Chinese, but that isn't the case. In fact, it's just beginning. So the Chinese work under the assumption that once a country is compromised, then it will expect that country to do compromise again and again. And it does, then if it doesn't, then it conveys a sense of disappointment, even resentment, when other countries do not meet or tick the boxes in a list of items or demands that the Chinese have. And these are really negotiation ploys. And as a result, now we have pushback, for example, in the South China Sea, rather in the Pacific Islands, there are countries such as the Solomon Islands where there is political upheaval because of the switch of recognition to China. And Fiji, for example, the current leader Rabuka has made many excuses not to meet with the Chinese embassy or the Chinese ambassador or to travel to China and so on. But while in many cases the Chinese do back off, increasingly they're also very confident that and they are actually becoming more and more aggressive. And I know in the case of wolf warrior diplomacy is a case in point. Finally, for Taiwan, let me add that the pressure from China has also led Taiwan cause Taiwan to deal with authoritarian regimes in the interest of trying to maintain diplomatic allies. So sometimes losing diplomatic allies is not such a bad thing. And again, I come back to a point that Xiaozhen made about parliamentary diplomacy. In many ways, this is probably much better for a Nawabwood democracy that Taiwan is. That Taiwan is able to use its democratic identity to draw support from democratic forces in these countries. So in many ways, the one China policy, the pressure that the Chinese put in terms of the one China policy might actually have some advantages for Taiwan because it makes clear who Taiwan's friends are. It forces Taiwan's friends to actually come out and take a stand. In terms of the future, we tend to see the one China policy as a territorial issue or as a balance of power or as a diplomatic issue. But I would invite you to look at this as far more than just all of these things. It is also a matter of principles and interests besides just Taiwan's or China's claim over Taiwan. It involves international law, it involves regionalism, it involves multilateralism, it involves technology standards. Because as I said, the Chinese have an escalating set of demands as part of the one China policy. And now with BRI, with now the new versions or the new scaling up of the BRI in terms of the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and I think most importantly, the Global Civilization Initiative, China seems to be, pushing forward a new narrative that is now over and beyond the one China policy. In many ways, the Global Civilization Initiative, especially, I think, is one extension of the one China policy in which the Chinese try to convey a very strong sense of Chinese cultural centrality and superiority over its neighbors to the watching world. In other words, we are not going to see a dilution of the one China policy, but of the CCP, the Communist Party, using the one China policy as an extension of or a scaling up of this cultural foundations of Chinese foreign policy. So we already see Chinese emphasis on extraterritoriality, cultural appropriation, and so on. If you deny the one China policy, or if you have, qualms about the one China policy, then In effect, as far as the Communist Party is concerned, you're denying a lot more than just a Chinese political position or a political claim. You're hurting the sentiments of the Chinese people. You're denying, the greatness of Chinese culture and civilization as defined by the Communist Party. And therefore, the scale of punishment, previously limited only to economic sanctions, can also now be scaled up. And we've seen, this cultural appropriation and so on, also in the context of this meeting, extend to Tibet and so on. So in many ways, I think we should expect China to become more vocal and visible in terms of its demand for countries acceding to the One China policy. But even after having acceded to the One China policy, there will be an added set of demands that will grow. So if we are not in a position to sort of preempt this or to make changes to our respective One China policies, then I think we are sort of getting into a rabbit hole of greater trouble for ourselves. Let me stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jabin. It was very interesting that you first of all talked about what is the thrust been of China as far as One China policy is concerned. So not just the region that we were talking about earlier, Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands, and then of course the Chinese coercion, how that is used through various means like political and business elites, which you talked about, the subnational governments in many countries, and how, for example, in the religious bodies are used in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Also, the state-owned enterprises, which you rightly pointed out, are being used through for CSR activities, and even the fishing fleets which the Chinese have, especially in the Pacific, trade and tourism being used as tools. Also, security guarantees in a number of countries for pushing the One China policy. So I think you're right that the Chinese have looked at opportunities for in countries for switching their allegiance everywhere, wherever that's possible. And although there is a pushback and the democratic forms of governments have of course realized this much faster. But you also pointed out how the BRI and the GDI and the Global Civilization Initiative will just reinforce the Chinese narrative in the future beyond the One China policy, and also the scaling up of the cultural aspect in the foreign policy of China. So I think all this certainly requires countries to realize that it will become much more vocal and demanding as we go forward. So excellent presentation. Thank you very much for your views there. I would now like to request our next speaker, which is Buchung Shering, Head of Research and Monitoring Unit of International Campaign for Tibet in Washington. Does the One China policy apply to Tibet?
Ambassador Wadhwa, and good evening, everybody. As last speaker, I have the advantage of not having to repeat everything that has been said, and also to sort of be gained by the wisdom that was shared this evening there. I want to touch this issue in three ways. First, the very definition of One China policy. Second, Chinese strategy and agenda. And thirdly, what can and should be done. Before I go into this, the clearest and the most definite, in one sense, definitive political response to this question, does the One China policy apply to Tibet, was already given by the Tibetan political leadership in the form of the Sikyong's utterance earlier today. So I don't want to repeat. That means that it doesn't apply. But I want to go see, as somebody who has been involved in the diplomatic and advocacy world, to see if there are more nuances that we can take up from there and to see there. And therefore, when we first go to the different perception of, even before trying to understand whether it applies to Tibet or not, is there one clear definition of what is One China, whether it's policy or not? So there's no clear definition as such. That has to be understood by everybody, including journalists, political analysts, because sometimes we assume things as they're defined from our perspective and then relate them to other issues. For example, the Chinese government has in my view, two different definitions of one China. One is their one China principle as laid out by everybody earlier today. The other is the one China policy that they want to sort of impose on other governments with whom they have dealings. And similarly, the United States has a one China policy with a capital P, and there are other governments who have different one China policy with a small letter P in varied forms. I don't want to go into details on these because these have all been laid out earlier today. Suffice is to say that one survey said there were more than 9 different definitions of one China by different governments. So, but what is the Chinese strategy and agenda on this one China policy? I have 4 points there. First is that China is exploiting the lack of a clear understanding of one China to promote its agenda internationally. It sort of, every time there is opportunity, the Chinese sort of imposes on countries, particularly smaller countries, to state every time there's some sort of situation that Tibet is part of China and that they've conformed to one China policy. Secondly, unintentionally, the governments are letting the Chinese drive the narrative on the one China policy. So governments become reactive to them and then sort of are somehow used by the Chinese authorities to fulfill their agenda. And for example, everything that we talked about earlier today, I think is part of the Chinese or attempt at shaping the international narrative. Third, I think, again, governments, because of this Chinese direct or indirect pressure, try to placate or try to seek advantage from the Chinese side by putting Tibet in the context of the one China policy. And therefore, repeating that every time there is a situation that is there. Fourth, some governments legitimize the Chinese narrative of one China by unintentionally equating it with issues related to their domestic matters. And earlier, for example, some speakers mentioned about then Indian Foreign Minister Sushma Swaraj's remarks in 2014 about one India. May I be permitted to say that I don't think one India equates one China. One China, there are 2 claimants to the definition of China. There's the Republic of China and there's the People's Republic of China. With India, those other issues, whether it's Kashmir or Arunachal Pradesh, they don't claim to be India. So you don't need to equate those things. They are domestic issues of India. You don't need to equate that with China and then raise the issue of one China, one India, thereby legitimizing the Chinese position. So based on these, what could be done and what should be done from my perspective? Whether it's one China policy with a capital P, one China policy principle, as the Chinese say, Tibet has no relevance to these as was outlined earlier. So they don't apply. But if you're talking about a country's China policy, and then because today the political reality is that Tibet is part of People's Republic of China, and the country has to consider Tibet within the framework of the People's Republic of China. There are ways of addressing this issue even within that context. First, don't let the Chinese drive your narrative on your definition of what it is. That is my point. Second, don't legitimize Chinese position by unnecessarily repeating formulations in the hope of favorable response from China. In the United States here, the State Department often, whenever they talk about Tibet, repeat the fact that fact or repeat its position that Tibet is part of China. Members of Congress have, even in letters to the State Department, said they should not be doing this. There is no reason the United States should be repeating these unnecessarily, because it only helps the Chinese narrative. Thirdly, as I said earlier, even if you put Tibet within the prism of the People's Republic of China and have to refer to that as the framework, there's no reason why Tibet cannot be raised within that context, whether bilaterally or internationally. The reason why I'm saying this is because the Chinese authorities are using the One China agenda as a way to silence other countries from raising Tibet. But earlier today, I think my previous speaker even mentioned the fact that China took the Kashmir issue to the United Nations. If so, why can't, for example, India take up the issue irrespective of what One China policy it maintains? And lastly, even within the framework of Tibet in the PRC, if that is the country, and I'm not just talking about India alone, but any other country, there can be ways of promoting or encouraging the Tibetan people's aspirations by having incremental changes in the formulation. For example, in the United States, again, there is legislation, particularly the Tibetan Policy and Support Act of 2020, which clearly defines what Tibet is. And may I read that? And the TPSA, the legislation says, Tibet, unless otherwise specified, means 1, the Tibet Autonomous Region, and 2, the Tibetan areas of Qinghai, Sichuan, Gansu, and Yunnan provinces. So if India also adopts a similar positions, because all Tibetans are treated as one nationality, even by the People's Republic of China, the welfare of the Tibetan people is the bottom line of the Tibetan leadership in terms of resolution of the Tibetan issue. And the Tibetan people are spread over, not just in the Tibet Autonomous Region, but in all Tibetan areas, the traditional Tibet that we speak of. So when India takes a position on Tibet, it can take and it should take a position on Tibetans, all, not just in the Tibet Autonomous Region, but in all areas. And if we do that, then we can answer the question about whether the One China policy can be applied to Tibet in a positive way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very clear explanation about how the Tibet question should be treated. And of course, the main underlying theme in what you said was that as far as China is concerned, it is using its own narrative to drive its own agenda, and the others should not fall into that trap. And in fact, keep on repeating that. So the best way to do it is to have a narrative which is not necessarily the Chinese narrative. It's not also important in your view to listen to the Chinese narrative as far as the explanations are concerned, and to have your own individual policies as they relate to your domestic policies. Also, not to equate what is happening in one part of the world with what is happening in Tibet. So that's our takeaway from that. Thank you very much for that clear exposition. So now let me open the floor for questions or answers or comments if anybody has from this room, or also on the chat box if there are any. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Professor
Yeah.
Kondapillai, recently, yeah,
You just introduce yourself.
Dr. Sarojit Dudeja. I'm in Science and Technology Consultancy. And recently, Dr. Henry Kissinger was in Beijing, and he had a long talk up, and he has been there for 100 times. At the age of 100, he's doing excellent work. So, do you think with this visit, he's just concerned about this what's called a trade sanction issue, or he's planning to have withdrawal of support to Taiwan also? Second aspect is about recently that road project of China, Italy is also very much upset and they are withdrawing its support.
From the BRI.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Third one is that we are talking of India, one what's called China policy like India. Can we say Akhanda Bharat instead of that one?
On Henry Kissinger's visit, I think there is a in the wake of his visit and before, there are a series of visits. Biden had 4 dialogues with Xi Jinping, and in addition to the Bali meeting, G20 meeting. You saw that there is a certain decoupling process happening, and also a concern that is the de-risking process of how economic stability has to be maintained despite all the tariff wars that the late Trump administration has organized and retaliated by the Chinese. So this is the backdrop of Blinken visit, Yellen visit, and now Kissinger's visit. Kissinger's visit, I think, is different from the previous Blinken and Yellen visits in the sense that, as you know, Kissinger had formulated and promoted the 1972 energy petrodollars, Saudi petrodollars, and it's mainly related to the monetary policy, currencies, and so on. Not so much on Taiwan policy, although he was instrumental in the Shanghai Communique and others. He is less concerned with the Taiwan Straits than possibly more on the monetary, because that's where the much of the transactions, investments, all these components. There are different versions of Kissinger's visit to Beijing and his interactions with Xi Jinping and others. The predominant one that comes across is the economic aspect rather than Taiwan Straits aspect. Of course, as the architect of engagement policy with China and Nixon's visit in '72, there is the overall engagement policy that he followed, which is consistent till the late Trump administration, where things were breaking down between China and US. Nevertheless, I think it is mostly related to the monetary policy. As you know, China had invested $1.2 trillion in the US Treasury securities. They have also invested in, there is a rough estimate of about $1.4 trillion in the US market. Before, Jack Ma also mentioned about $1 trillion investment in the US. Nothing came out of it, but nevertheless, there is this speculation of the Alibaba group investing in the US. Now, all these put together, it is mainly given the post-pandemic supply chain disruptions and other disruptions we have seen, including with the Ukrainian conflict. So the agenda of Kissinger appears to be mainly in the economic field rather than on Taiwan Straits. That's my opinion on this. I read extensively on Kissinger's visit to US, but this appears to be a more possible answer. On the second BRI projects, European countries withdrawing from BRI. I mean, there are, as you know, the third BRI summit meeting has not yet been conducted. Although Xi Jinping said in Bali summit to a Xinhua news agency reporter that they will hold the summit meeting this year, possibly, but we have not seen any dates or any other. In between, you have last March, April, Xi Jinping speaking at the Powwow Forum on the GDI, GSI, GCI, Global Security Initiative, Development Initiative, Civilizational Initiative. All these have now been the focus. It basically means some relegating of the BRI in general by the China policy, number one. Number two, there is also the debt diplomacy that has become a key feature of the BRI. 17 countries are said to be in debt, in the BRI, including Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kenya, and other countries. So there is the pushback both by the US-led, Build Back Better World, quality infrastructure, sustainable development of the EU and AAGC, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, or other initiatives. So there is a pushback on the BRI, and possibly this could be one reason why the Europeans have been, especially Italy, Greece, Portugal, Spain, are backing off from either BRI or the AIIB on that front. So it's a universal trend. Possibly this is one answer. Third, I forgot the third question. Akhand Bharat. Yes, well, since Indira Gandhi, we followed a policy of hard position in South Asia, and we earned a lot of enmity. You go to any South Asian region, we are considered as bullies, right? Go to Bangladesh, go to Sri Lanka, go to Nepal, go to Bhutan, Pakistan, of course, Maldives, we have had issues there. So we followed a very hard policy, which Gujarat tried to amend with the non-reciprocity principle. I think we need to take into consideration this factor, the kind of opposition that we have in many South Asian countries. That needs to be factored in by the South Bloc before we push another slogan like Akhand Bharat. We need to be careful while suggesting those slogans.
Hello. My name is Tenzin. I'm from Tibet Policy Institute. I have a question to Professor Kondaballi. It's coming out of because I'm a bit confused between what is what is the difference between India's policy and India's One China principle or One China policy, and if you look at how China has treated these two policies. I think China has its own intention of mixing these two policies, One China policy and China's Tibet policy. And if, in fact, One China policy is a reflection or it goes parallel with India's Tibet policy, we know that India has made a lot of blunders since from 1950s, from Nehru until now, like what you have recently mentioned, where India has included three evils in their joint statement. You don't even know that. And especially when you include points like what Bhujunga has raised by legitimizing One China policy. When Sushma Swaraj asked for One India policy, you are actually legitimizing the policy, the norms, the principles behind it. So, Kondapalli sir, do you see these two policies as a parallel policy? Does these two goes together, or how does India stand on these two, India's policy on Tibet and India's One China policy?
Good question, very provocative. First on One China principle and One China policy. One China principle is, the Chinese have a concept called Tung Pao. Tung Pao means people born to the same womb, to the same mother. So they have this concept that we were all born to the same mother, like Hindus have this Kali and or other peoples have their own. So an extension of this is we are born to the same family, womb, so on, and so we all have to be together. This is an ancient 4,000-5,000 years old concept in the Chinese culture, and so they extend this to Taiwan and others. But Singaporeans are not Chinese, right? Malaysians are not Chinese, meaning PRC, under the state of PRC. They are Chinese, but migrated, and they have their own identities now. So you can't extend the Tung Pao concept to the overseas Chinese in other places, Southeast Asia or overseas Chinese or whatever. The second aspect of One China principle is in 1894, China was defeated by Japan, and Li Hongqiang was the one who is generally projected both in Taiwan and in China or in Hong Kong and Macau as a villain, because he's seen as one who had sacrificed Taiwan under the Japanese occupation from 1894 till 1945, or mainland China in coastal regions where the Japanese overran the whole of the areas, and Manchukuo as well. So one historical aspect of One China principle is that Li Hongqiang had disintegrated Qing dynasty China, or contributed to the Qing dynasty China. So anyone who is going to go away from China is going to be a Li Hongqiang. So the concept here is something like our Lucknow Nawab, Mir Qasim, all those things that we have in 19th, 20th centuries. Who is that Jain? We consider him as a traitor in historical terms. One is Mir Qasim and Jai Chand, right? So it's a similar parallel way of looking at the Chinese as well. So so no Communist Party member would like to be treated as a Li Hongqiang, or a Taiwanese leader, or a Hong Kong, Macau leader. If you term one of these as a Li Hongqiang or a second Li Hongqiang, it is a major cultural setback, like in India, if you consider somebody as a traitor, there is a lot of backlash that can come up in all across. So the Li Hongqiang phenomena is basically pulling back anyone in terms of addressing these issues. And so the One China principle has this element of being careful, or not at least, countries becoming, or portions becoming independent in the post-Soviet space. That is a possibility, right? Post-Soviet space, any big country can disintegrate, and it's quite possible due to structural reasons. So the One China principle has this element on, countries could disintegrate, and countries for various reasons, like the Li Hongqiang phenomena. So this is the bugbear in the Communist Party in China, not so much in Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, but mostly in China. So this is also kind of added at a political level. So when Xi Jinping says in the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party, we will break the heads of those people who divide from Taiwan from China. In Hindi, it is "Hum sar tod denge." That's a very strong comment, right? No leader speaks this kind of language. But Xi Jinping took the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party to say this, that we will break the heads of those who divide Taiwan from China. So that is the weaponization component in the One China principle. And I think so he was trying to also, in a way, in a defensive way, trying to say, I'm not going to be a Li Hongqiang. And pushing this angle towards, so that is principle. Policy, as also other speakers have mentioned, the policy keeps changing. Ground reality changes, foreign policy changes. And One China policy is also reflective of power in international relations. Depending on how much GDP you have, how much comprehensive national power you have, and the hard state that could take forward. For example, Kim Jong-un brought down Trump to Singapore and Hanoi. He's just a $52 billion representative, right? GDP representative. But he has the ICBMs, he has the nuclear weapons, so he's a hard state. North Korea is a hard state. So it also depends on the leader state that could mobilize these resources and push back on. So power is an instrument in the one China policy. Previously, China was not very hard on, except for Chinman bombing and a few others. China was not very hard on Taiwan. The 1958, for instance, after the Taiwan Strait crisis, 58 8-point attention that they made for the Taiwanese, which have now been actually implemented since the Kuomintang Manchu's government. So what I was trying to say is one China policy is a reflection of power. And this is also conditions India to a large extent. Nehru's assessment of China is that we cannot match the Chinese. You came to power in India through non-violence, right? But the Chinese came through the power flows from the barrel of the gun concept. So PLA is backing the Communist Party. The Indian armed forces are quite weak in 1947 till we expand the defense budgets in 1960s. 63, our defense budget went up. Before that, we didn't have much of the, so it is reflective of power. The policy is reflective of power, and I think this is the major component I would suggest in terms of Indian responses to the. On the second point, I do not agree that one China policy is paralleled with the one India policy. No, we are not taking China as the model in the one India policy. What does one India policy include? One India policy include Punjab, Kashmir, Northeast, and so the current problems in Manipur, etc., is also seen from that point of view. POK, Kashmir, entire Kashmir. So it is not paralleled on the one China policy. So India is not buying the Chinese narrative on the one China policy. None of these in Sushma Swaraj formulation reflects the one China policy. It is part of what we have mentioned. You look at the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. Their documents mention about that sovereignty, territorial integrity, etc., as part of the one India policy. So I do not think we are subscribing to the one China policy in narrative terms or in components terms.
Okay, yeah, yes, yes.
तिलकराज रेलन, संपादक युग दर्पण। यहाँ आपने जो भी लास्ट अंत में बोला है, मैं उसके समर्थन में एक चीज और कहूँगा कि हमारी नीति सदा से विस्तारवादी के विरुद्ध रही है और उनकी नीति सदा से विस्तारवादी रही है। तो वन चाइना पॉलिसी उस विस्तारवादी नीति को ही आगे एक मुखौटा दे रहा है, जबकि हमारी वन इंडिया पॉलिसी का मतलब यह है कि हम अपनी सीमाओं को सुरक्षित रखने और सुदृढ़ करने के लिए वो बात कह रहे हैं। उसमें विस्तारवाद का नहीं बल्कि अपनेपन की बात है। तो इनके इस चीज को आप इस चीज को देख लीजिएगा। अब मेरा प्रश्न आपसे ये है कि कभी हम नेहरू जी या किसी और समय में हमारी नीतियाँ कुछ गलती से या जो हमने अपनी नीति बनाई थी उसके कारण कहीं हम कमजोर पड़े और अब हम उसमें अपनी उस कमजोरी को, अपनी उस दुर्बलता को दूर कर रहे हैं। तो इस सब के कारण चीन का जिस प्रकार का भी नया जो उनकी नीति बन रही है उसके ऊपर क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा, ये मैं आपसे जानना चाह रहा हूँ। हमारी जो पहले की कमियां रही हैं और अब हम उन कमियों को दूर कर रहे हैं और उनकी नीति जो है विस्तारवादी बन रही है। इन चीजों को देखते हुए आपसे मार्गदर्शन चाहूंगा।
पिछले 10-20 सालों में हमने जो कुछ किया, जैसे कि 45 स्ट्रेटेजिक रोड्स हमने बनाई बॉर्डर एरियाज में। एक चीज़ है, आप सुनते हैं कि बहुत सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स हमने बनाया था सागरमाला, जो मैरीटाइम एरियाज पे। या दूसरा, इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस में ये कहते हैं कि डोमेस्टिक बैलेंसिंग। एक तो एक्सटर्नल बैलेंसिंग कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि आपने सुना होगा कि फाउंडेशनल एग्रीमेंट्स हमने बनाया था अमेरिका से, और एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी लागू भी है 2015 से। उसके बाद रूस से भी हमारा अच्छा रिश्ता है हथियारों के बारे में, इक्विपमेंट, मिलिट्री इक्विपमेंट या दूसरे चीज़ों पे। और एक नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी भी है हमारा 10-15 सालों में। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि ये हम डोमेस्टिक बैलेंसिंग कर रहे हैं और एक्सटर्नल बैलेंसिंग भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो इससे फ़ायदा है, और इससे एक प्रोग्रेसिव पोजीशन हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जैसे कि आपने सुना होगा कि 2030 से हमारा इकोनॉमी थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी, कुछ $10 ट्रिलियन के हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं अभी। और दूसरा जो भी आईटी सेक्टर में या दूसरा सेक्टर्स में भी ट्रेड भी बढ़ गया। अभी पहले कुछ 450 बिलियन डॉलर का ट्रेड थी, अभी 1.25 ट्रिलियन डॉलर्स का है। तो ये भी एक उनका एविडेंस है कि हम इसके बारे में कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत सारा चीज़ ऐसे हैं कि डोमेस्टिक बैलेंसिंग और एक्सटर्नल बैलेंसिंग का हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो आई थिंक दैट इज द मेजर पॉइंट in our efforts. Sorry for my Hindi, but I try to.
Gentlemen here will first, yeah, you could answer. No,
There also, they can answer the question.
yeah, they can also answer the question, sir. Jabir.
Yeah.
Professor.
So I was just thinking, isn't a cognitive warfare, I mean, this policies sounds to me like a cognitive warfare, it's like, you're taming the world and, everybody's minds to following what you want. But at the same time, you're like going about doing everything that you want, Now they have their secret police around the world and all those other kind of activities. So I mean, it's a question also. I feel that there's a serious need about looking at it from the perspective of how how the Chinese understand or how the Chinese want to tame the rest of the world. And I just felt like we have to look at it from cognitive warfare perspective. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe you would want to connect.
Jabir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I have to sort of leave quickly, but I'll just try and answer this last question. I agree, this is cognitive warfare. I think, but once we are aware of it, once we are cognizant of the cognitive warfare, then we are in a position to actually respond properly to this. Mr. Sering made this point about how the Chinese are pushing forward a narrative. I think the points that he made in his presentation were short and sharp. We have to be careful using the language, adopting the language that the Chinese throw at us. And often, I think diplomats, maybe Indian diplomats are a lot more cannier, but other countries with less experience of dealing with China tend to adopt the English that the Chinese sort of throw at you. Without realizing that this is language that has implications not just for Chinese, doesn't only have a meaning in foreign policy, but it has also a domestic value in China. So when we say, or when you adopt, phrases like one China policy or community of human destiny, say, These are phrases that matter to the Chinese. And what are we getting out of the Chinese when we agree to this formulation in our bilateral statements or multilateral statements? I think off late, you will see that India has become a lot sharper, and it's not just about, one India policy and one China. I mean, this is actually a very crude sort of a characterization, but I think it's a much more sophisticated approach that India is now beginning to take, which other countries can also take. And look, we also have a responsibility in India in educating, in informing our neighbors and other countries about China's cognitive warfare. But us with the greatest experience of how this operates, right? So in many ways, we need to build up capacity, not just at home in India, but also among our neighbors in other countries that are interested in countering these sort of Chinese policies. I mean, the parliamentary delegations that visit Taiwan, for example, I think they are already sort of predisposed to looking at the Taiwan issue or Tibet issue in a particular way, and that actually should be made greater use of, I would say. We also have our parliamentary delegations on Taiwan and on Tibet, but they don't get enough attention even in our own media space or even in our own seminar or conference circuit. And those are things that we can fix ourselves. So yeah, I mean, the more investment we have in studying China and in studying Tibet, in studying Xinjiang, in studying Taiwan, I think the better we will get at this and the better we will be able to help others in countering Chinese narratives. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Ambassador Wadhwa, with your permission and with everybody's permission.
Yes, Arvind, thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, we have time for only one question now. So are you asked a question? Yes, please. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, sir. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm thankful to all the 3 speakers for giving us such a nice overview of entire thing. But my question has been lingering on this subject. That China has been increasing its activities, and it's approaching countries also. And as it was mentioned, Professor Saab had mentioned about how China is reaching out to countries, but the China is carrying out its exploitation, the economic exploitation, not only within their countries, but even their islands. They're occupying the islands, challenging them, making artificial islands. So how do the countries all around reconcile to it? And how does China itself reconcile to this reaction? But as late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe had said, that now the time has come to make this entire area as Asia-Pacific zone, Indo-Pacific area, and probably India could play an important role. Militarization is not far away. It's just round the corner. So keeping all these views, how will all countries now view the one China policy? Will they try to exploit Taiwan on this? Will India try to exploit the Taiwan issue or other countries? I just want to have a little view on this, that China has really created a big problem for itself. How will it now walk through it?
Maybe we'll ask Mr. Shering to answer that, since you haven't answered a question. Will you take that?
Sorry, I don't know whether I'm competent to be responding to this. Particularly, it's a broad issue. But if I may say so, I think India, as we are seeing now, is being more assertive in its relationship with China, where I would guess the traditional mindset of being humble in the international stage may be the right way to go about, is being replaced by real politics. And at the same time, I don't know whether I'm answering this question or not, but I want to just mention this. I also want to see that India doesn't become like, for instance, the United States was transactional, that equating every issue with what do we get out of it if we adopt a certain position. I think it has to be in the broader scheme of things, where it's sort of fundamentally affects the welfare of India as a whole. I just want to put in one word there. in recent times, we have seen a section of the Chinese media at this stage, maybe you could call them the wolf warrior faction. Now it's seeking recourse to Xizang as the word to refer to Tibet. Now it's benign at this stage because they're just trying to assert this, replacing Tibet with Xizang. But eventually they would want the international community to sort of embrace this narrative and use Xizang. And what would India do then? Would India then change its reference to Tibetans as Xizang Ren or something, or Xizang everything with Tibet? To me, personally, I don't see any negative fallout even if the Chinese authorities use Xizang, because by using Xizang, they're invariably embracing their colonialism over Tibet, because Xizang is not a Tibetan word. It virtually symbolizes Chinese colonialism over Tibet. So if the Chinese want it, so be it. But it's something like that India's policymakers have to think of, even from the simplest terms. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. So I think we need to end this session now because we've passed our time. I'd like to thank the two remaining speakers. Thank you very much for your views and patiently answering all the questions. And thank you to the audience as well. Thank you.
So please do join us for tea, and thank you, ambassadors, speakers, and please join us tomorrow. We have our speakers here, and we'll get more exposition of what the One China policy is to other countries. So thank you.
Thank you.